Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Julie.
Ready. Hi, guys.
I saw that.
So you can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me?
Might be on my end.
Are you able to hear us now?
Okay, yes.
We're at the state hospital. I thought of you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn off this light. Hold on.
Just a quick reminder to everybody, the owl is pretty sensitive. So if you have a side conversation, it's gonna snap to you.
Yep.
And try to pick you up. So we're gonna pretend it's middle school and slide notes. So
That are subject to public.
the other subject of public record, yes. No fun allowed here. Just so everyone's aware of that. You've all been here before. You read the bathrooms or back wall here, through those doors, back wall. Yeah. These ways. The door at the end there with the button bar.
Oh,
And this bar right back here. Women's and men's rooms directly through that wall.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And there's another set down the small way here.
Okay. That's.
Where'd you guys go this morning?
State hospital. And this, and Jason Lee Cemetery.
Julie, if I recall, you assisted in writing that nomination, didn't you?
I think so. Hold on. I remember this hospital. Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about the listing after just a little bit. Hazel Patton was.
Yes. Mhm. She was.
Ooh, too much.
Do we have an all-time roster about who's been on the committee?
Oh, sure.
We do.
Would you like that?
Yeah, it'd be great.
Be kind of fun.
Yeah, just so many people on.
Yeah. Okay.
I will make a note of it.
Committee's been around long enough that we're starting to get people for their
Second.
Second round through.
You got any children of past?
No.
Not yet, but that would be cool.
No legacy thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no legacy appointments as of yet. But we're very excited that the appointments seem to be moving faster through the governor's office. So that's that earlier this year, they actually, I forget the name of the person, but they pulled an agency person out and assigned them specifically to just the task of clearing out all the appointments for all the committees, because Oregon has a lot of citizen committees and there are a lot of authorities invested in them. And there was issues of processes breaking down because there wasn't a quorum, to do business for some of the committees. So it's like, well, this is a serious problem. We got to start doing these long and like this committee, several were depending on people continuing outside their term, which you can do, but that's asking someone a lot. It's like, you make your commitment, you finish your commitment, and then, hey, could you hang on because we're still working on the administrative piece of it. It's, most people are pretty pleasant, but it's an ask, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I said yes without knowing how long it was
I
gonna
know.
be. It took a couple of years before I found out.
details.
It's like the
details.
Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can.
Yeah, you can serve on most terms it's 4 years, but you can serve the remainder of someone else's, so you can serve
You can
close
serve
to 12 years.
decade.
close to 12 years if you pick up early in someone's appointment.
This has been, again, the most enjoyable committee that I've ever been.
So we're ready to start?
We should come to the Heritage Commission.
All right, Heidi, whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, well, let me back up. I'd like to welcome everybody to the June 21st, 2024 meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. I understand you had a tour of the Oregon State Museum of Mental Health. I've missed hospital, Oregon State Hospital Museum of Mental Health and the Lee Mission Cemetery earlier this morning. So now we are into items of interest or concern from the public that are not on the agenda. And are there any people in the audience there?
No, there.
Okay. I understand we have some people online who have registered for public comment for the nominations, so we will get to that in a moment. And nobody else in the audience there. Then we will, next item is review of the meetings from February. And if there are any comments, questions, otherwise I will ask for a motion to approve those minutes.
I move to approve the minutes from the February meeting agenda.
Second,
We have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes from February. Are there any other comments or questions on that? Try to move my screens around so I can see everybody. Okay, all those in favor, say aye, raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Minutes from February are passed.
See,
How about-
Heidi,
Yes.
why don't we do a little introduction before we get too far down? the road?
Oh, yeah, introductions, great idea. Thank you. I'm used to taking attendance when we get into that, but let's go ahead and go around the room and then we'll hit up the people on online here. So Chrissy, you want to start?
Sure. My name is Chrissy Curran. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for Oregon.
Thank you.
Gonna go this direction?
I guess so.
All right, my name is Ian Johnson. I'm the Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer. Val Balstrom, Preservation Bureau Assistant.
Mary Newcomb, Administrative Assistant for Heritage Division.
I'm Greg Shine. I'm one of the committee members. I work as the National Interpretation Program Lead for the Bureau of Land Management, but I'm not representing them here. I'm a historian as well.
Cassie Rippey, committee member. I am an archaeologist and tribal liaison with the Department of Transportation. I am also not representing the department in this role. I'm just here on my own time.
Gwen Trice, Maxville Heritage Interpretive Center from Enterprise, Oregon.
Steve Mark, historian, volunteer in various capacities, and I'm from Fort Clement.
Joyce Ears, Restoration Specialist, State Historic Preservation Office.
Katie Henry, Oregon Heritage Commission Coordinator.
Jackie?
I'm Jacqueline Chung, archaeologist from the Dalles, Oregon.
Julie?
Julie Osborne. I live in Astoria, Oregon.
All right, and I'm Heidi Slava, the chair from Bend, Oregon, historic preservation architect. And a regular architect. All right, thank you. Were there any other people at the table? The owl shows me just who's talking, so I don't know. I think you guys did a great job introducing everybody around the table.
Good.
Yes, okay, thank you. And that's all I see for online. Katie or Val, I know you guys are online too, so if you see anybody else on there that I missed, please let me know. All right, we will move on. Okay, next we were going to review and approve the meeting minutes from March. Are there any questions from the commissioners on the March meeting minutes? No? Anybody want to make a motion to approve those minutes?
We approve the minutes from the March meeting.
Great. Can I have a second?
Second.
Perfect. All those in favor? Aye.
I,
Okay, any opposed? Great. And now we will move on to our June agenda that you should all have in front of you or on your computers. And are there any changes to the agenda we need to make?
Have any specific changes? I would just to put a thought for consideration for future agendas. MPDs don't quite seem to fit with a review of property for proposed listings, so unless it did in fact include one. So where MPD doesn't have a proposed property, I would recommend that we in future categorize as a separate list for clarity, but I don't think that's a necessary change for this agenda list.
Great, thank you, Cassie. All
Uh,
right, any? Yes,
Chair, hi. I just have one correction on the February minutes. Unless Ian has had a promotion, which I'm pretty sure he wouldn't accept. He is the Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, not the deputy.
well, Chrissy, I think he may have already taken your role there. We already approved those minutes.
I wouldn't push back, so.
We can make the correction.
We can.
All right, we can still make that correction. Thank you for catching that. Okay, how about an update from the deputy SHPO?
Okay, thank you, Chair Slaybach.
Did we approve June's agenda?
Oh,
I don't believe so.
Could we approve June's agenda?
Oh, yes. Anybody, can somebody please make a motion to approve our June agenda?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Steve. Second? Perfect. All those in favor? Aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thanks for catching that. Now, Miss Deputy SHPO, I will turn it over to you.
I don't have a whole lot. I wanted to give just a brief recap of the April Heritage Conference. We did our in-person conference for the first time in 6 years. We did it in Forest Grove among a multitude of venues. And we had about 250 people, regular attendees, some great speakers, a couple of really moving keynotes. And I just really want to encourage people. We're doing that every other year. And attached to that conference is the Oregon Heritage Excellence Awards. And that's every other year as well. So we'll see that then in 2026, and keep your eyes open for that. That conference really runs the gamut of, represents pretty much all the programs that the Heritage Division offers, from preservation content to museum and nonprofit organization work, collections, care, and just down and dirty architectural history for all the nerds. And so it's a great conference, and it just keeps getting better and better thanks to our staff who puts that together. And then really all I just wanted to note is that I'm still participating in the National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers. That is a member body of all the SHPOs and deputy SHPOs. There's 59 of us. And I'm a secretary on the board, so we meet every month, and I'm heading out to, Palm Beach, Florida, West Palm Beach, Florida, in the middle of summer, so don't envy me. For the summer meeting that coincides with the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions Forum Conference, which is a fantastic conference that focuses on really the local commission work that gets preservation done. So I'll be doing that, and it's always a good place to bring back to Oregon the national sort of tone of what we're doing. So that's happening. And I've sort of been in and out the past year or so, and just wanted to note that I am back to work full time, and it's great to be here. And I'm going to kick it over to my associate deputy.
So I have a few updates for all of you, staffing update and a couple of events we've been working on. So some of you may have already know that Robert Bolgate, who's been out on leave last couple months, he's been promoted to our cultural resource specialist, which is the above ground program reviewer. So he will not be returning as the National Register Coordinator, but I've already hired a replacement. So you may be familiar with Caitlin Evers. She was by Caitlin Abrams. She will be here, I believe. She was involved in the African American MPD and the associated nomination for the Gorman House. She's your new staff member. Her first start date is July 1, and Robert returns July 1 as well. We've been hiring like crazy, filling new and vacant positions. Heidi Schuchuk, she was previously a temp with us, joined us on March 24th. She is providing program assistance to overall compliance, but also our National Register survey and inventory programs. We hired Kirsten Lopez as a temp employee for a 2-year appointment to address kind of backlog on archaeological resources. Aspen Kimmerlin joined us on May 20th. She's backfilling for Shane, who went to Oregon Water Resources Board. Then we have, that's Shane James, I'm sorry. And then we had a couple of employees that were with us since January. These were state OPRD employees. Karen Litvin and Stacy Scott, they're ending their job rotations with us in June. They've come back, probably the back half of 2023. We've gotten really behind in our compliance area. So we had a couple of people doing job rotations with us. And then as of right now, I have only one position open after doing a spree of 9 hires in a year. Wow. So I've got a survey and inventory coordinator position that is open. That closes June 30th. That Sunday evening, hopefully have someone in place in August. That particular position provides backup to the National Register role. Their main role is basically doing survey and inventory with federal and state agencies, but also through our local government programs. So you will see a lot of their products as they kind of come through. But they do serve as a backup, and sometimes we ask them to, they start with like a historic district. They would follow that all the way through to the end, because sometimes it makes better sense to do that than to hand it off between staff, depending on the complexity of the project. So with that, we'll be fully staffed. That leaves on the folks that I manage, which are the State Historic Preservation Office programs. Over half the people will either be brand new or within their positions less than a year. So expecting to do a lot of onboarding, team building and training, cross training. So expect me to kind of be up to full speed towards the end of the year moving forward. So that's what our org chart looks like right now. So, and I will say the extra help that we did get in compliance the first 6 months of the year has drastically caught us up. We are on track to have 1,000 more cases for the year than we did last year, but our late response rate has been cut by 2/3. So we're in a decent place right now. I will add the caveat that we're not currently dealing with a statewide natural disaster or other things that would zap our capacity. So for now, right now, so far so good, and things are working. So let's see, the preservation plan, which believe it or not, that project started in 2021, will be published by the end of the month. I had a chance to look at the very last draft yesterday, so that'll be all laid out. It'll be available online, and we're going to do a limited print copies. We find that print copies tend to go real quick the first 6 to 12 months, and then there's zero interest in them afterwards. But we have a contract where we can reprint as needed, but it will be available online. And we'll be sending that link out to all of you. That was part of a pretty lengthy public outreach process. And we had a draft that was reviewed by the public in August. So we're pretty happy about that. And then I'll probably bring that back to you at your next meeting to kind of just briefly go through it and hand you paper copies of it. And then we got, oh yeah.
Great.
Oh,
Just a great.
excellent. And then we had a great opportunity. It was myself, John Pauly, who's our state archaeologist, Joyce Sears, who's at the end of the table, and then Josh Henderson, who is our archaeology survey and inventory coordinator, got to go to John Day and present in front of the Oregon Parks Commission just about our programs. And it's that kind of coveted space. It's very difficult to get in front of the commission if you don't have a problem or something you need them to do. And we were invited simply to speak about our programs. We were able to talk about who we were, who we are, some of the challenges and opportunities we faced, what we accomplished under our previous 2018 to 2023 plan, where we're standing right now. We talked a little bit about our staffing and then what we hope to accomplish under the new plan. We got a full hour, which is unusual. They were fully engaged. Actually, they gave us more than an hour. They asked a lot of questions. So that was a great opportunity to be in front of them and talk about our issues. Again, when we're not asking for something, there's not a problem to solve during their work session. If you're interested, that can be found on their an agency YouTube channel for the commission meetings, and you can watch that and kind of see what we presented. That presentation provided a broad overview of basically what the SHPO is and kind of what we've been up to in our plans. Often a little more detail than what we would cover here. But I think the most notable thing is the engagement of the commission, who was really interested in what we were saying. There'll be a part 2 to that presentation. Curry Gill, our outreach and grants coordinator, will be presenting at the next commission meeting in September to cover her side of the shop, which is, that grants, the public outreach, Katie's program, the Heritage Commission, and that type of thing. We briefly talked about it in our presentation because we're integrated. We didn't want to leave holes, but we definitely didn't go into the level of detail of Curry will. So I think that we'll get 2 hours in front of the commission. And again, not when it's not a problem when we're not asking for something. Because going ahead, and you'll see when I present the plan, we're going to be asking to do some things for us, provide some funding for different projects, support us in rulemaking or some of our state laws, potentially supporting legislation, some other things. So it's important for them to be familiar with our work before we ask for something. So that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions of Chrissy or Ian?
Very excited for you guys.
You have to have a link or possibly sending a link out.
Yeah, we can definitely send that out. Yep.
As a new member on that. Okay.
Excellent. Yes, we will do that.
Is the Parks Commission a multi-day?
Yeah. So they meet, I want to say 5 times a year. They don't meet during the summer. They, like you, are governor appointed. And they are the main governing body for the agency, doing big approvals for, budget, policy decisions and that type of thing. The director runs the day-to-day management, of course. They typically have a 2-day meeting. For day 1 is tours and work sessions. Day 1, I'm sorry, is tours and work sessions. Day 2, often they have an executive session, usually with legal counsel in the morning, and then their regular meeting in the afternoon. So they try to keep it to a couple of days. I believe sometimes they go longer, don't they?
It's always 2 days.
Okay, so that's why it's tough to get on the agenda. So, but
Yeah, I tuned into one agenda item kind of dominated for an hour and
That can
I dropped
happen.
off.
Yeah, that can happen.
yeah, they, it's business. They do real estate acquisition and policies, and they'll talk about price of firewood. Those kind of big agency type stuff. But yeah, it's interesting. I like to listen to those. I like to wait for the meeting to already happen, and then when on YouTube you can skip ahead. If you've got a copy of the agenda, get to the thing you actually want to look at. So.
All right. Well, Ian, then the next agenda item is yours too, about the Hughes flying boat.
Yes, so the Hughes flying boat. I was asked to provide a brief update on the Hughes flying boat. Is everyone familiar with Spruce Goose Hughes flying boat? The Hercules, it's the gigantic aircraft over there at McMinnville's Air and Space Museum. So that property, you reviewed a effort to renominate or relist the building in October 2023. And that particular nomination was responding to that vote was previously listed in 1980 and it was removed in 2004 when it was moved from its original location without receiving prior clearance from the National Park Service to the McMinnville Air Museum. So when you move something prior to seeking permission from the National Park Service, it's an automatic delisting. And if you'd like to list it again, it starts the process again. So in October 2023, a renomination was brought to all of you. And since it was a 1980 nomination, it's a little scant on detail. So they improved the description, improved Section 8 of context, and of course made an argument that the McMinnville Air Museum was an appropriate location. It's important to note that in its original location in Long Beach, California, when it was listed, the flying boat was moved shortly thereafter. It was put into a temporary location and then a few years later moved into a geodesic dome, which was basically a museum with one exhibit. I believe they called it the Fruit Goose Museum or something like that. But the permission to move it was never sought. So Park Service was unaware of it. So what the Park Service went ahead, they looked at the nomination and it was returned to us saying it was not eligible for listing because it's a museum object. The Park Service has a general prohibition against listing museum objects in the National Register of Historic Places. The document they cited is, as you're familiar, the National Park Service has property-specific bulletins that accompany their general guidance. This one, guidelines for evaluating and documenting historic aviation properties. And the thought behind not listing a plane that's in a museum is that it no longer has integrity of location, been removed, and no longer has integrity of setting. And they would argue for an aircraft to have integrity of location and setting, it needs to be, for instance, in a hangar. It could be in a museum that's in a hangar. For instance, I would like the Tillamook Museum there where those aircraft are in a hangar. They can taxi out to a runway and, take off. But a museum is a completely different thing. They argue also that document also argues that by virtue of being in a museum, you've already kind of raised its significance. You don't put things in a museum that don't matter. You put things in there that are important. So they did give some avenues for us to go ahead and perhaps reapply or send the nomination back in. Our current administrative rules don't require us to bring it back to you because we're not basically coming up with a new argument. We were asked to provide additional documentation and we've worked with the preparer to go ahead and provide that. We are making the argument that the McMinnville Air Museum is at a setting that is airport-like, the way they have laid out the approaches and whatnot. They even have painted some runway stripes on them. That the building it's in is constructed very similar to a hangar. We are going to point out, but probably it will not matter because they were unaware that it was in a museum prior to that, and it's basically an equivalent setting. So we're going to go ahead and make the best argument possible. It is a long shot, but the community would like us to do it, and we have a proponent who's prepared that documentation. So, and the Park Service did leave the door open a crack, so we're going to go ahead and, I guess, seek the hard no before we just simply give up on this. So we'll go ahead and submit that probably before the end of the probably not the end of the month, probably by mid-July, and we will be able to let you know kind of what the answer was or is probably by your October meeting.
Yeah, I did have a question about it. And I remember the enterprise meeting, I got shuffled off to park. And about that time we were talking about the flying boat. And what I looked at this thing and thought, well, this seems to be an NHL to me. Is that still on the table as an idea?
Well, the NHL program has to be at a higher level for integrity. And so setting and location could certainly be a piece. I personally think there should be an exception. And they actually, unfortunately, this bulletin cite, for instance, some of the aircraft in the Smithsonian that are singularly unique. But I think there should be an exception for singularly unique examples of engineering.
Yeah.
So for instance, if you remember the Spruce Goose nomination, it was, when it was constructed, although it was unsuccessful in the design itself, a lot of the construction techniques and technologies that were put into it were refined and later put into other aircraft. So that basically it was a test bed or a proof of concept of many of those things. Smithsonian, for instance, has several, if you're familiar with the early space program, several of the X-planes that were used to develop all the technologies necessary for the Apollo missions to put Americans on the moon. So, I personally, think there should be an exception. I get, for instance, why the National Park Service says not every, World War II aircraft, like production level, like Wildcats, which is a carrier-based fighter. It doesn't make sense. They literally made thousands of them, thousands of them. That makes sense that that's basically a mass-produced object. But for some of these aircraft or other things that are singularly unique, I personally think there should be an exception, but I'm not running the National Park Service. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and make the argument. I suspect the answer back maybe no, but I think since the community is asking us to do it, this is an important property, it's worth seeking that part out.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
The National Star.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, well, we'll just update you in October. So
Good luck. Thank you for
Thank you.
doing that. All right, moving back to our agenda here. That concludes our business section. We have an Oregon Heritage Commission grants update. Katie, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, committee members. I am Katie Henry, I'm the Oregon Heritage Commission coordinator. I am not Curry Gill, who coordinates the grants. She is on a well-deserved vacation, so I am here in her stead to present the recommendations for the Diamonds in the Rough and Preserving Oregon grants. I have a script, so we are all in good hands, thanks to Curry. I'm going to do my best. Joy will also answer questions if they arise with some of the recommendations as she was a part of the committees. That is hopefully as much as I will veer off the script. So back to the script. Oregon Heritage, which includes the State Historic Preservation Office, provides a variety of grant programs for heritage projects throughout the state. The primary ongoing programs are associated with various committees and commissions. Just to refresh everyone's memories on that, the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries is one of the commissions under the Oregon Heritage umbrella, and that is the body that is responsible for approving the Oregon Historic Cemeteries Grant, an annual program for cemeteries listed as historic under the state statute. The Oregon Heritage Commission has 2 grants under its umbrella. The Oregon Heritage Grant, a biannual program to support heritage-related projects that address statewide significance or threatened history, and the Oregon Museums Grant, an annual program funding collections, interpretation, or heritage tourism projects awarded to museums. And then we have the Oregon State Parks Commission, which has the Veterans and War Memorials Grant, a biannual grant to repair or install memorials on public properties. And then, of course, the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, which has the Preserving Oregon Grant, an annual program funding archaeology projects and preservation of properties listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And then Diamonds in the Rough, an annual program to restore historic character to facades of buildings. And those last 2 are the ones we'll be discussing today. In terms of the processes for both of these, the applications are developed by staff and announced in January. Staff provides assistance to applicants. I will veer off script to say that Curry does a lot of things to help applicants be successful. I'm allowed to say that since she's not here, so I'm going to brag on her. She develops very thorough, thoughtful grant guidelines, online instructions for using the online grant system, video tutorials for using the online grant system, an online workshop offered when the grant application opens, draft application comments up to 2 weeks prior to the grant deadline, and Secretary of the Interior standards support. There is a spring deadline for these applications. In terms of scoring and selection, committees are created, including a mix of staff, SACHP members, when available, and external experts in areas related to the grant criteria.
Staff completes a technical review of the applications, and committee members review and score the applications online. Committee members meet in a public meeting to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the applications based on the criteria and the priorities, and they propose funding recommendations to the SACHP. SACHP reviews the listed recommendations, discusses at the meeting, and approves or doesn't approve the recommendations. That last item is what we're here today to do. Notification and agreements. Applicants are notified following the SACHP meeting. Those not awarded are notified and offered to receive a summary of comments and encouraged to apply again, and are given suggestions of other possible funding. For those that are awarded, notified and encouraged to prepare public announcement of awards in tandem with the Oregon Heritage News release, and then the agreements are processed. So for today, the committee has received the list of applicants and recommendations from the committee. I will provide a brief overview of the grant program and some general information about the application. Then I will read the projects recommended for funding and respond to any questions, or Joy will respond to questions. And then there will be action taken for each of the sets of grant recommendations. I'm going to start with the Diamonds in the Rough grant. Diamonds in the Rough grants are to restore or reconstruct the facades of buildings that have been heavily altered over the years. The purpose is to return them to their historic appearance and potentially qualify them for historic register designation, local or national. For the criteria includes the level of preservation or restoration of character defining features. The project has a well-prioritized, clearly explained work plan with an appropriate level of detail and realistic cost estimates, demonstrated community need for and benefit from the project. Then we have the priorities, and that is commercial or public buildings in certified local government communities, designated Main Street areas, or local or national register historic districts. Projects that will generate dramatic before and after results, a high level of transformation, geographic diversity, project readiness, including matching dollars share in hand. For the Diamonds in the Rough review, the committee members included Tracy Schwartz, who is a historic preservation professional, Joy Sears, the restoration specialist for the State Historic Preservation Office, Rosa Solano from the city of Reedsport, who's a Main Street manager, and Sherry Stewart, the Oregon Main Street coordinator with Oregon Heritage. The committee members reviewed and scored the applications, then met at a meeting open to the public to discuss the applications and propose recommendations to SACHP. Some general statistics about this cycle of the Diamonds in the Rough grant include, so to get an idea, application and award numbers over the last few years. In 2022, there were 16 applications with 6 awarded. In 2023, there was 18 applications with 5 awarded. In 2024, 16 applications with 6 recommended. That's this cycle. Just saying that out loud, because I just realized that when I read it. For the geographic range, for the applications, we have 7 on the east side, 3 central, 5 Willamette Valley, 0 from the Portland metro area, and 0 from the coast, and 1 from the southern region. For recommended, it includes 3 from the east side, 1 from the central region, 2 from Willamette Valley, and then obviously 0 from Portland, 0 from the coast, and 0 from the south. There's Curry reflects that there's a good range of applications, and the ratio of recommended ones for the locations aligns with the number of applications. Some notes pertaining to the recommendations, and I think it might be helpful if I bring up the recommendations on the screen. Would that be helpful for committee members?
Yes, please.
Sorry, give me a second. I don't necessarily want everybody to see everything on my screen. Dangerous, we're all involved. All right, so I have the right grant there, so, these are the recommendations for the Diamonds in the Rough grant, just a couple of notes, that she has here. The Sheville Cow Creek Schoolhouse Project. Those of you who have been part of the grant process in the past may know that this project is not typical of what we see in this grant program. In general, the projects are in downtowns, on commercial properties, and addressing human-made alterations. While this project is not typical, the committee felt that the project did meet the purpose and criteria for the program as written in the guidelines. There is a significant amount of loss of historic fabric and character due to natural elements and neglect, and this project seeks to preserve and restore those features, one of the criteria for the program. The demonstrated community value and support was also extremely high in this application. In the next cycle, the grant coordinator will further refine the grant guidelines to make more clear the intentions of the program and also to limit the number of applications that are primarily for preservation. Funding amounts lower than the requested amount. 100,000 is available to award for the 2024 cycle. From the list, you will see a few of the recommendations that are for lower amounts than requested. In general, we work to award the full amount requested in the application, but there are a few this year that are lower. The Sheville Cow Creek Schoolhouse Project, the submitted budget included work that was not focused on the exterior of the building, so costs related to structure and interior were removed from the budget. The award is based on the costs for the exterior work and the required match. For the Future Theory LLC, the attached budget and the budget submitted in the online system didn't match, and the attached budget was more accurate to the estimates, and that is the proposed budget for approval. And then the third one here to note is the Williams Property LLC. This project landed in at the end of the rankings when there was some funding available, but not enough to cover the full request. The remaining funds not awarded to the other project will be offered to this project. Let's see here. Are there any questions so far? So in terms of action, action needed is a motion and vote to approve the slate of recommended awards submitted by staff, and there does not appear that any recusals are needed for this list. So there are no questions. How it would proceed is that I will read the projects recommended, and then we'll move on to the motion process. So the recommendations by the committee include Baker City downtown to restore 2 storefronts of 1923 to 1933 Court in Baker City, including door replacement and transom repair. The grant request is $15,206. Oh, no, sorry. Grant award is $15,260. I was right on both accounts. No. Yes. Yes. Sorry. The Crest LLC, doing business as Papa's, for restore the first floor facade of 804 South Main Street in Lebanon. Lynn County, the grant request. These columns are breaking my brain. $20,000 because they're the same, because they mean the same thing. They requested it in their award. That's sorry, saying that out loud. We'll do better for the second round here. David Skinner, the project description is restore the Sheville Cow Creek Schoolhouse after it is moved to the city of Jordan Valley for $15,700. Future Theory LLC, restore the transom window area and upper facade masonry of the Weatherby and Jones Building in Independence for $15,300. Sigmund's Flowers Incorporated to restore the transom windows and install an awning of 200 East 2nd in the Dalles for $20,000. Williams Property LLC, repair the stucco paint and replace the awning with a more compatible style at 265 Main Street in Union for $13,740. I'll now hand it back to the chair.
All right, thank you, Katie. Are there any questions again about these 6 applicants who are up for nominating for the awards. You see, I have sat on that review commission or committee before. It is very detailed the way Curry does it. So getting to this point where you have recommendations of 6 is quite a process to go through. So I really commend everybody who sat on that this year, helped out on these decisions. Hearing no questions, is there a motion to approve these 6 applicants for their grants award?
I move to approve the applicants for the 2024 guidance grants.
Second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? I can't see everybody in the room, so I just want to make sure I heard no opposition, right?
There's no opposition.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Katie.
We have one more.
Now the
Okay.
Preserving Oregon grants.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the overview of this grant. Give me 1 second here. So the purpose of these grants, sorry, give me a second. I think she did a copy and paste situation, and I'm just gonna go straight into the criteria because the intro is a little different than I was expecting. For the Preserving Oregon, for the criteria is divided into 2: preservation projects, archaeology projects. So the criteria for preservation projects include how significant the work is to the structure's integrity, the level of preservation of character defining features, how well the work plan and cost estimates are developed and described, how well the project is shown to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards of rehabilitation of historic properties, and historic significance of the property. For archaeology projects, the significance of the contribution to the field of archaeology, the demonstration of technically sound methodology, includes a principal investigator who is a professional archaeologist, disseminate project results effectively, historic significance of the property, its cost is cost effective given the scope, audience, the capability of the applicant to carry out the proposed project. Now we have the criteria. Now that was criteria. We're gonna go into the priorities for this grant. Again, separated into the 2 categories. So for preservation projects, higher priority will be given to publicly owned resources and private nonprofit resources and properties that offer the greatest public benefit through visual access and interpretive educational value. Properties that are not publicly owned or nonprofit owned must have exceptional significance and their extraordinary public benefit to compete. Properties associated with untold perspectives and histories of people frequently excluded from historic interpretation. Geographic distribution and additional evaluation will be based on demonstrated project readiness and the matching dollar share in hand commitment. For archaeology projects, the priorities are projects that discover or study previously untold perspectives and histories of people frequently excluded from historic interpretation. Projects with a well-prioritized, clearly explained work plan with an appropriate level of detail and realistic cost estimates. Geographic diversity. Project readiness, including matching dollar share in hand, and shows that larger project or has far-reaching results and uses beyond the submission of the product to ship out. For this, we had committee members that included Cassie Rippey, the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, Val with Oregon Heritage, Josh Henderson with Oregon Heritage, Joy with Oregon Heritage, Alyssa Schrems from the city of Albany, apologies if I pronounced that wrong, and Matt Dietrich with the Oregon Military Department. The committee members reviewed and scored the applications, very similar to the first grant we talked about, and then met in a meeting open to the public to discuss the applications and propose recommendations to SACHP. Now we're gonna move into general statistics about this cycle. All right, they are in table format, so I'm gonna do my best here. So we have the last 4 years, I'm sorry, 3 years and then 2024. For the preservation category of this, there in 2021, 32 applications with 10 awards. In 2022, 27 applications with 14 awards. In 2023, applications with 11 awards. In 2024, 18 applications and 11 awards. I think 11 being recommended. Archaeology category in 2021, there were 5 applications, 3 awarded. 2022, 2 applications, 2 awarded. 2023, 2 applications, 2 awarded. And in 2024, this cycle, we have 1 application, 1 recommended for award. So there's a note here that says we need more archaeology applications. Is what that table summarizes to be. Geographic range. This is totaling everything for the 2024 cycle. So I'm not dividing it. It's not divided into the 2 categories like it has been. But for the applications, we have 9 on the east side, 2 central, 3 Willamette Valley, 1 from the Portland Metro, 0 from the coast, 4 from the south. For the recommended applications, there are 4 recommended on the east side, 1 recommended in central, 3 recommended in the Willamette Valley, 1 in the Portland Metro area, obviously 0 from the coast, and then 3 from the southern region. Curry has for her note for the geographic range that there was a good range of applications and the ratio of recommended ones for the locations aligns with the number of applications. We are missing the coast and Portland area, clearly. In terms of the recommendations, couple notes, funding amounts lower than the requested amount. So $200,000 is available to award for the 2024 cycle. From the list, you will see a few of the recommendations that are for lower amounts than requested. In general, we work to award the full amount requested in the application, similar to earlier, but there are a few this year that are lower. City of Antelope. Need and value demonstrated in the application was very strong, and the information provided for the exterior stucco repair and painting and the doors was clear and developed enough for the committee to recommend for funding. The window and ceiling work description was not detailed enough, and the window plans didn't meet standards based on the bid. So the committee recommended including only the exterior stucco and doors for funding, which is an award of $17,583 and match of $17,583. Letrium Theater LLC, apologies if I mispronounced that. This one came in ranking order near the end of available funds. The recommended amount is based on funds remaining after the top 11 projects are funded. So again, what I will do is I will, I'm sorry. Action is needed. Does not appear that recusals are needed according to Curry. And so now what I'll do is I'll read the applicant, the project description, the right column for the grant award, and then I'll turn it back to the chair. So we have on this list of recommendations for approved awards from the committee, 202 Building LLC to preserve and restore the iconic porches on the historic Elks Lodge along North Central Avenue in downtown Medford, so they can once again contribute to the social fabric of the city for $20,000. Ashland Parks Foundation, the grant will be used for materials and labor for a Dutchman specialist and half the cost for a mason to repair the fountain, inner basin, and column for $20,000. Aurora Colony Historical Society, complete tear off and re-roof of the Geisy store, aka William Keel and Company General Merchandise Store, and perform related gutter downspout work as needed for $20,000. Baker City downtown, the cast iron plumbing in the Masons building failed, causing a leak which damaged lath and plaster. The damage must be repaired and the building replumbed to preserve structural integrity and historic character. $11,844. City of Antelope to restore the exterior facade of the historic Antelope School Building for $17,538. Dwight Sheets, this project will bring well-functioning entrances to Santiam Pass Ski Lodge by restoring 6 existing doors, replicating 6 new doors, making repairs to hinges, jambs, and stops, adding locks and weather stripping for $20,000. Leatrium Theater LLC to replace the roof at the Leatrium Theater and return the roof to its original design, $16,350. For the Gordon House Conservancy, rehabilitation and resealing of exterior western red cedar siding, trim, door, window, sash, and fascia, rehabilitation of the existing exterior concrete block, $17,500. Rock Creek Cemetery Association, this grant would provide for 3 east side windows to be rebuilt for the historic church building, protecting the structure from weather damage for $3,750. Hanley Farm, Southern Oregon Historical Society. Hanley Farm preserves 170 years of Oregon farming history. 5 farm buildings need roof maintenance to preserve historic integrity. The circa 1872 farmhouse, caretaker's cottage, spring house, granary, and garage for $16,355. Long descriptions. For Southern Oregon University, for archaeological and geophysical survey and testing of the Maxville, an early 20th century logging town in Wallowa County and home to African American loggers, a collaborative project with the Maxville Heritage and Interpretive Site. Grant award is $20,000. And then the last one here is Weston Heritage Museum. Project description is a new roof. This is the final portion of the current project to save and structurally restabilize Weston's old post office, so the town's second oldest building can benefit current and future generations as a museum for $16,662. Back to you, Chair Slaybaugh.
Thank you, Katie. So there are 12 applications being approved. Looks like I jotted down 11 in the beginning, so it is 12.
Yeah.
All right. And any questions or comments on these applications from the committee members?
I feel like I should be recusing myself from this.
I mean, that's if you feel like you want to or you need to, sure. Go
Well,
for it.
I was just thinking it would be appropriate if I did.
But you are not, for this particular round, you would be approving your own project, would you?
Yeah.
So that's an actual.
Well, it's the applicant is Southern Oregon University.
Yeah,
I mean, that's,
definitely.
I never feel comfortable telling people that they need to, that just.
Well, so we'll take a little jag here because it's important. So a direct conflict of interest is when there's a direct benefit. So in this particular case, that could be a circumstance. Gwen has to make that determination herself.
Right, right.
On that. So if you'd like to declare a conflict of interest, all you need to do is do that and then just not vote.
Will there be enough people to vote?
The rules of this committee allow it to be quorum if you should remove yourself, and you only need 5.
I'm going to remove myself.
Well, I was just gonna say, sometimes because the Oregon Heritage Commission often has conflicts, and we can pull it out and vote on it separately. If you have quorum, that's fine. Sometimes commissioners like to be involved in the voting for the non-conflict applications. So I'll leave it up to you to
vote for the
decide.
rest of them. I would like to vote for the rest.
All
of
right,
them.
so that's a discussion you have among the rest of you. If you want to split the vote, that's not, you don't ask us for permission.
Okay.
You guys, as a commission, decide if that's what you want to do. If that's what you want to do, you need to make a motion, first and the second, vote on that, split it.
Minus.
Minus the one that we're going to be voting on, and then when you get to the vote for the second one, when you declare your conflict of interest, and then you say the process.
Okay,
So,
And then during the voting process, everyone else will vote, for and opposed, and then you will say that you abstain if that is your decision.
thank you.
So with that, then I would move to separate out the Maxfield archaeological project to be voted on as a separate action item.
And I
So
second that.
we have a motion to approve 11 projects for the Preserving Oregon grant. That's the 11 projects listed above, except with the exclusion of the Southern Oregon University applicant for the Maxville Heritage and Interpretive Center. Sorry, for the not for the center itself, it's for the logging town, for the archaeological and geological survey and testing of up in Maxville itself. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
I'll second it.
Oh, I think Jackie got that one. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, now we need another motion for,
seriously, Bob, before you go ahead and do that, since we're doing it separate, this would be the opportunity, since we were kind of discussing, it would be messy in the record for Gwen to make a statement of conflict of interest at this point, so it's clear.
okay. So at this point, we have a review of a separate application for Preserving Oregon grant for Southern Oregon University. Are there any conflicts of interest, biases to declare?
This is Gwen, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest for that, for Southern Oregon University nomination.
And could you just briefly state why?
Because I'm the founder and executive director of the organization that directly benefits from that grant.
And then the conclusion is you are.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you.
Great, recusing yourself from this review.
I'm recusing myself.
Great. Is there a motion?
Chair Slave, are you calling for the motion to vote on the last grant?
I am calling for a motion to vote on the approval of the Southern Oregon University Preserving Oregon grant.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Julie. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, Steve, you got it that time. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain. This is Gwen.
Thank you, Gwen. Perfect. All right. Thank you again, Katie, for that presentation. On behalf of Curry, I think you did a great job.
You can tell my boss, maybe I'll get kudos.
Yeah. All right. And our next item on the agenda is lunch with a presentation on the Oregon women's labor history from Katie Pratt and Sarah Martin. Are we ready for that presentation?
Chair Slave, just for a moment, want to let you, those of you online know, we'll be sending you an email with items for the 1 o'clock agenda. So those will be coming to you, email. Want to put that in and be looking for them.
Great. Do we need a 5-minute break? I don't know if you guys have lunch there in the room.
Yes.
So moved.
All right, 5-minute break. Katie and Sarah, hold on just a couple minutes there and we will be right back. Thank you.
It's making noise.
Mike, is it back on?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
All right, I'm gonna give a quick introduction. For the Women's History MPD project. This project was developed in support of the Oregon Historic Preservation, in support of the Oregon Historic Preservation Plan and the Oregon Heritage Plan, and in response to the priority settings of the SACHP, this body here today. Our office continues to work toward increasing the diversity of Oregon's history represented in the National Register of Historic Places. We intend to do this by supporting people doing this kind of work, providing resources and establishing helpful structures. We have a long list of themes and goals we are working toward by developing relationships with communities and organizations and experimenting with a variety of ways to go about the work. This project is the beginning of exploring how to approach highlighting Oregon's history of women in the National Register. This topic is big, as you might imagine, and we know it. So our first step was to dig into other examples, themes, and possible approaches, and to come up with next steps to continue moving along the road to a statewide approach. The teams from Northwest Vernacular Incorporated and SJM Cultural Resources Services, LLC, listened deeply to our concerns in regard to this kind of exploration, addressing the whole state and including history of the broadest spectrum of women. They also took into account the comments of SACHP, the Oregon Heritage Commission, the Oregon Commission on Historic Cemeteries, and Historic Assessment Review Committee members at an October 23 joint meeting. Katie and Sarah will now present their process, some findings and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it all right if I go ahead and share my screen? Oh. The participant screen sharing is disabled currently.
Try and fix that.
That's okay.
Are you sharing right now?
Mm-mm.
I have made you co-host, and so it just should allow you to.
There it is. I see it. Thank you so much. Okay, and now I'm going to hopefully get into, all right, you're seeing my screen. Perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. I'm going to go back. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to talk about this project. Sarah and I have definitely been sort of immersed in this topic for the last several months, almost a year. So it's a pleasure to get to talk about everything. It was challenging to try to condense it into a shorter presentation because it's so much information. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Katie Pratt. I'm with Northwest Vernacular. I'm a historian and architectural historian. With me is Sarah Martin with SJM Cultural Resource Services. She's also a historian and architectural historian. We're going to share about the historic context statement we've prepared, which is Oregon Women's Labor History, a historic context statement 1903 to 1990. And we'll talk about the process, about how we got started really big and broad and then kept trying to narrow everything down. I'm going to turn my screen off just to make sure my internet stays nice and stable. And we'll turn it back on when it's time for questions. Okay. All right. The purpose of the Oregon Women's History Project is to recognize the significant history of women in Oregon through a multiple property submission, or MPS, which includes two documents, a multiple property document, or MPD, and an individual property nomination, all to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. This overall project is separated into 4 phases. Concept and approach is phase 1, historic concept phase 2, to be followed by a property survey in phase 3, and then the full MPS submission in phase 4. So Sarah and I worked on completion of phase 1 and phase 2. So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to talk about our research methodology.
Super. And can everybody hear me okay? Thumbs up?
Yes.
Perfect. So our team, we began the project with a traditional literature review, and we wanted a pretty comprehensive, up-to-date understanding of just the breadth of scholarship on Oregon women's history. We wanted to range from, the broad contextual histories to more targeted community studies. So in this process, both Katie and I, we immediately took to the work of historians Susan Armitage and Karen Blair. They are two central figures in the field of women's history in the greater Pacific Northwest. And in particular, their work helped us identify some key themes to look at, and also how to maybe organize and structure our context. And as was mentioned previously, our literature review included looking at different women's history projects that other state historic preservation offices and their partners have done in the past. We looked at their methodologies. We looked at how the lessons that they've learned. And some of our main takeaway actually was to try to avoid a project that was too broad in scope. Other states had narrowed theirs either geographically in scope or thematically, and that helped them produce some meaningful context. So that was the main takeaway for us. And so from this literature review came a couple of things. One, we felt it was really important to build a comprehensive annotated bibliography that covered the breadth of women's history scholarship. This could serve as a reference for future research and maybe as a starting point for some targeted studies in the future. And then two, it told us we wanted to narrowly focus our context on a particular theme and maybe even a particular period. And that's where we kind of left the literature review. And then we looked at themes. I'll turn it back over to Katie for some themes.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, in thinking about wanting to kind of avoid the pitfalls of having too broad of a scope, we were really looking at kind of what are the threads and patterns that we're seeing in doing that literature review. And there were two clear threads that seemed to underscore kind of any discussion of women's history. One was work, that women have always worked. And then this idea of community and kinship, that women have been responsible for creating community and kinship in their places of influence. So then under the broad themes of work and community, we identified 4 sub-themes: transforming the landscape, labor and industry, social reform, and culture and leisure. But as Sarah's going to talk about next, we quickly ran into the issue that even with these themes mapped out, it was still far too much to summarize in a focused historic context statement. And ultimately, it led us to narrow in on one aspect, labor and industry, and specifically paid work.
Yeah, so work, you see, is one of the 2 broad themes of the project. The history of work and labor, it was a consistent thread running through the sources documenting women's history. And work touches on all women across time and place. Just briefly, it includes Native American women who managed seasonal migrations for their families. It included settler colonist women whose own household work and farm labor went unpaid. It included even immigrant women and working class women who did domestic or skilled work for wages or for room and board. And it also included those women who hired other women and who organized other women. So this topic, we quickly realized the broad topic of work was a little too broad still. And so we drilled down to the sub-theme of labor and industry. And as Katie mentioned, we wanted to look specifically at paid labor that women did. And this often, not always, but often took place outside of the home. And so focusing on this particular sub-theme, labor and industry, it allowed us to better identify and define the places and the spaces within which women were operating and working. And it also let us look at the challenges that they faced. And we could examine this way a whole range of women and their occupations over time. And what we could find was, we could really see the impacts of earning income on women as well as the community around them. And so this is what we went into with the context. And I'll have Katie kind of introduce our context.
So once we had settled on this overarching direction for the historic context, it really came down to how best to organize each period within the historic context. So after spending some time writing and then reviewing what we had written, I feel like it's any process where sometimes you just need to get it out on the page. And then reviewing all of that, we decided it was important to organize each period under the following headings: Oregon's female population, legal and labor framework, and where Oregon women worked. So Oregon's female population provides a broad overview on the female population in Oregon, understandably. And it also talks about generally how many women were in the workforce and if there were any clear trends or shifts during that period. The legal and labor framework expands on what's happening in terms of laws and protections for women in the workforce, as well as the involvement of women in unions and government. And this legal and labor framework is what helped us define the time period for the overarching historic context, as well as each individual context. And finally, in the Where Oregon Women Worked section, we break down key sectors that Oregon women worked in, highlighting notable professions, industries, as well as specific individuals. And the period covered by the four historic contexts begins in 1903 with the Oregon legislature's passage of a law limiting women workers in certain industries to 10-hour workdays. And then it ends in 1990 with the election of Barbara Roberts as governor of Oregon, the first woman elected to Oregon's highest executive office. We thought this was a really interesting start and end to the historic context, beginning with a key piece of paternalistic legislation and then ending with a woman reaching the highest elected office in the state. So now we're going to talk about each historic context within kind of the overall framework of the historic context statement that we wrote. And it's broken down into 4 periods. And World War II is sort of used as the dividing time between the first 2 periods and the second 2 periods. So the first one is era of protectionism for women in the workforce from 1903 to 1919. Then we have the rise of labor feminism and wartime employment from 1920 to 45. After the war, we have fight for equality and a place in the workforce, which is 1946 to 67. And then we have push for equality and fairness and second wave feminism from 1968 to 1990. And so now Sarah's going to talk about the 2 sections that she worked on specifically, which are the kind of through World War II.
Great, and we'll just hit some highlights here. The context obviously goes into a lot greater detail, but like Katie said, I covered the first couple of contexts up through 1945. The first one, 1903 to 1919, this covers the first couple of decades of the 20th century. And to set the scene, in 1900, Oregon was rapidly industrializing, the population was growing exponentially, and this was all coinciding with a rising labor movement. There was also a sympathetic political climate that made Oregon an ideal place for some of those progressive era labor advocates to really advance their ideas. So we began the context in 1903, as Katie said, with the Oregon legislature's passage of a law that limited women workers in certain industries, primarily the industrial sector, to 10-hour workdays. The US Supreme Court actually upheld the law in their 1908 decision. It was called Mueller v. Oregon. They called it a reasonable form of class legislation. And as historian Janice Dill has pointed out, this decision, it elevated the argument that women were different and that they warranted legislative protection. This was huge, and that's why we wanted to really start our context with this activity. It was a major victory for those labor advocates, those social reformers. And it sort of stung the women's advocates who were seeking broader equality, because it did set women apart as being different. So the decision, though, would influence the trajectory of women's labor throughout the country, actually, for generations. So that 1903 law, and there were some subsequent legislation in the 19-teens, this all created the regulatory framework that would gather, labor data, and it oversaw industry in Oregon. And as these protectionist regulations were starting to be implemented, like the minimum hours, And there was also restrictions on night work and things like that. Working women in Oregon, they were kind of mixed in how they actually reacted to some of these restrictions. Some saw them as too limiting and too restrictive, especially when the US entered World War I and demand for women's labor actually increased. So that kind of marked the heyday of protectionism reforms in Oregon. It was starting to end as the country entered the First World War. But those achievements of the labor advocates, they would influence the conversation nationwide around women's labor well into the 20th century. So that's the backdrop. Protectionism was the backdrop for Oregon women who were working in the workforce during this period. So I want to take a little bit closer look at who those women were and where they worked. So in 1900, 10.8% of Oregon's female population was working for wages. And they worked because they needed the wages. So most of them were single, including divorced and widowed women. Most were in concentrated occupational groups, as you can imagine, like domestic and personal services, manufacturing jobs like at the woolen mills and food processing, and then agriculture as well. So occupations with high concentrations of women, those included, as you might imagine, teaching and nursing, but also in the emerging fields of telephone operators and clerical workers. There were very few women during this period who were working in the professions, the professional positions that needed advanced education and degrees. And we call out in all of our contexts some of those key trailblazing women who kind of broke through in those professional positions. So Oregon had, during this period, small but significant populations of Native, African American, Japanese, Chinese women. They were working for wages. Although their numbers are pretty small overall within the workforce, women of color worked for wages at higher rates than white women. And further, women of color were challenged, as you can imagine, by discriminatory laws and practices. And so that resulted in less opportunity for jobs for them and virtually no advancement. So that resulted in them being in the most physically demanding jobs like domestic work, cooks, fruit and vegetable pickers, cannery workers, and the like. So that's the first, in a very quick nutshell, the first context. As we move into the second period in the report, this is 1920 to 1945, we see a rise of labor feminism. So as we move into the 1920s, Oregon's economy is readjusting to peacetime. The political winds were shifting away from those progressive traditions toward more nativism and distrust of radicals and foreigners among Oregon's lawmakers and industry leaders. So union participation, which had actually kind of increased during World War I, particularly among men, but also in some cases among women, it was stagnating in the 1920s. What changed that, though, was the New Deal era legislation. U.S. Congress passed in 1935 the National Labor Relations Act, and this, among many things, granted workers the right to join labor unions. And I ran across this great quote from a woman named Alice Westling. She was a member of the Waitresses Local 305, and she recalled of this national legislation that it was that she recalled that this was when the real work of organizing women began. So this is really kind of the roots of the rising labor feminism. And then, of course, World War II happened. U.S. entered the war, and as you can imagine, it brought intense labor demands to Oregon's economy in the 1940s. There was a rush of women entering the workforce in virtually all sectors. They were filling jobs exclusively held by men in many cases. So women made overall significant strides toward equality during this period, in the workplace at least, but there were some major gaps that remained, including wage imbalances, career advancement, and childcare. So what followed was what scholars have termed the rise of labor feminism. This was a movement that was to address gender inequities in the workplace. And this is what would gain considerable traction following World War II. And I know Katie will get into that here in a moment. So that nativist political climate, and the New Deal labor reforms, and the wartime labor demand, all of that was providing the backdrop for Oregon women who were working in the workplace during this period. And we saw steady increases, they were modest, but steady increases in the numbers of Oregon women who were working for wages in this period. It reached about 18.5% of the total female population in 1940 in Oregon. What also remained was the gendered nature of the workplace. It persisted. Women continued to outnumber men in jobs, though, in key industries like food products manufacturing, textile production, the laundry and dye works, and domestic work, of course. So among professional women during this period, like teaching and nursing became even more gendered during the period 20 to 45. Importantly, there were more women pushing through to leadership positions, both in education and healthcare, and that was important. Also, expanding vocational education in the 1920s and the 1930s, this was starting to steer women into certain types of work, like typing and stenography and telephone operation and sales. And as we know, racial inequalities persisted during this period as well. Women of color remained disadvantaged by discrimination and exclusion on many fronts, not just the workplace. And they continued to be limited in what jobs were available to them, and of course, any advancement in those positions. In 1930, for example, 88.3% of Portland's Black women workers had domestic service jobs. There wasn't a lot of options for them. So World War II, as we all know, was a turning point for working women. Women joined the labor force in virtually all sectors, from agriculture to industry to clerical work. However, as Katie will touch on in a second, those employment advancements made during wartime, they didn't really last all that long for Oregon women. Most were pushed out of the labor force, or they even returned to their traditional lower paying jobs after the war. So that's kind of the summary of the second context, and I'll turn it over to Katie.
Thanks, Sarah. So this third context spans from 1946 until 1967, and it reflects that immediate drop in women in the workforce after the end of World War II, followed by a quick rebounding to wartime high employment levels. So the early post-World War II era demonstrates the shift from wartime to consumer-driven production, and employment rates reflected that change. So in the years immediately following the end of the war, many women left the workforce as veterans returned home and resumed or found new jobs. Some women stayed in the workforce and then started to return to the workforce. And by 1950, the number of women in the workforce in Oregon had returned to the high numbers during the war years of World War II. And although a few women had broken into positions of power in the preceding decades, those trailblazers that Sarah was mentioning, by the 1960s, women were starting to access some of the most powerful positions in Oregon politics, from the US Senate to a slew of women joining the Oregon State Legislature. Oregon also experienced several firsts in the realm of the justice system during this period, with Helen Althus becoming the first female federal law clerk in Oregon in 1947, Mercedes Diaz becoming the first Black woman admitted to the bar in Oregon in 1960, and Jean Lagerquist Lewis becoming the first female circuit court judge in Oregon in 1961. And this all happened within the national context of women's rights as workers being furthered at the federal level with the passage of the Equal Pay Act in 1963 and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act in 1964. But even though women were in the Oregon workforce in ever increasing numbers, the types of paid positions available to women, and particularly women of color, were limited. Many women who had worked in industrial jobs during World War II initially left the workforce or were forced to find jobs in other positions more traditionally held by women. And most women worked in clerical and service occupations, sort of continuing those trends that Sarah had talked about in the previous decades, with race and economic status further limiting where women were accepted as employees. Increased education opportunities allowed some women to make some advancements in new or more specialized career paths. These increased opportunities primarily occurred for white women, though, due to systemic racism and prejudice, as well as the fact that Oregon's white female population significantly outnumbered women of color in the state. But even with some increased opportunities, lower wages and restricted promotion potential limited advancement for many women. Key employment sectors for women during this period included manufacturing, clerical work, teaching, and healthcare. But even though women were slowly kind of breaking into positions of key leadership, it was still rare for there to be a great number of women. For example, while most teachers were women, few principals or school administrators were women during this period. So now we're moving on to the fourth and final context, which is kind of push for equality and fairness and second wave feminism. So this context begins in 1968 when the Governor's Committee on the Status of Women released a report confirming that many regulations toward women employees were outdated and paternalistic. It also noted the impact of that a lack of affordable childcare had on working mothers and their families. This committee continued to work through the 1970s, and its efforts included analyzing the legal status of women and men under existing Oregon statutes and working towards fuller employment opportunities for women. The committee studies reflected work happening throughout the country, particularly with the rise of the second wave feminism. We think about feminist legal scholars like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was reevaluating single-sex protectionism laws like Mueller v. Oregon, which Sarah talked about, which is really part of the beginning of this historic context statement. Congress then passed Title IX of the Education Amendments in 1972, prohibiting sex-based discrimination in any school or any other education program that receives funding from the federal government, which started to expand educational access to women. Women had entered specific academic fields before, but this really opened the door of opportunity for many more women. The same year that Congress passed Title IX, several new women were elected to the Oregon legislature in 1972, with 11 women elected in total. And these legislators formed a strong bipartisan coalition, and they worked to pass a series of feminist bills in the 1973 legislative session, 11 bills in total. That one was such a fascinating read because they were women from all over the state and from both parties. And they were able to kind of band together and push forward these, really significant legislation to help women in Oregon. But even with civil rights victories in the 1960s, there remained no statewide protections for LGBTQ workers for many years. In 1974, Portland was the first city in Oregon to adopt civil rights protections for lesbian and gay residents, and they also banned anti-gay discrimination for city jobs. Responding in part to the discrimination they faced, groups of lesbian women formed separatist communities in Southwest Oregon as part of the Back to the Land movement, establishing places to live that reflected their own ideas of equality and citizenship. The Oregon Supreme Court ruling in Gunther v. Washington County expanded equal pay for equal work, further solidifying the rights of women as workers in Oregon. And women continued to achieve greater positions of power in employment and elected office in the state during this context, which ends of the election of Oregon's first female governor, Barbara Roberts, in 1990. So, as Sarah previously mentioned, the challenges in using, we looked at census data a lot, but census data is limited, right? It's based on the questions that are asked. So sometimes in a particular census year, they're not asking the right questions, or they're using very broad categories. So we tried to use those as best as possible with like cautionary reflection on it. But it was interesting, in 1970, the US Census provided clear categories of professions, and they reported that the profession with the highest number of women working in it, at 35%, was the clerical field. So we're thinking about secretaries, stenographers, bookkeepers. And then this was followed by service work, so food, cleaning, and personal service at 20%, and then professional and technical work. And then under that umbrella, we have nurses and healthcare workers, teachers, and that was at 16%. As more women moved into the workforce, they also became business owners. The US Census Bureau began tracking this data, and they released its first report on women-owned businesses in 1972. And that study confirmed that women owned 4,928 businesses in Oregon. And of those firms, only 103 were owned by minority women. The majority of those businesses were retail or service related. The next study was published in 1977, and there was a huge increase in the number of women-owned businesses, going from just under 5,000 to just over 10,000 businesses, but they still remain primarily retail and service oriented. And by 1990, women working in Oregon comprised 44.8% of the workforce in the state. This was up from 28.9% of women in Oregon in the workforce in 1950. So it's a significant and steady climb of women working in Oregon. We're looking forward to questions you may have at the end, but we wanted to chat briefly about some of the recommendations that has come out of this work, especially since we had to do so much refining to sort of get to the specific topic and time period that we were going to talk about. So these are some of the recommendations that we have come up with. One is to conduct more focused research into women at work in Oregon prior to 1903. We utilize 1903 as the beginning date to line with that protective legislation for women in the workforce in Oregon, but obviously that does not mean that women were not at work prior to 1903. And more in-depth research would likely uncover more specifics about the landscape for working women in those preceding decades. Also, we think you should consider more focused research into working women of color to provide a balanced reflection of Oregon women's experiences. For example, Native American women's experience with wage jobs in the 20th century is a largely unexplored topic, and that includes connections between Native women and the textile industry at Pendleton Woolen Mills. There can be a more careful examination of women's professional and union organizations to illuminate the workplace inequities and discrimination women experienced. Also, place-based studies of working women could reveal local patterns that were not uncovered in our statewide survey, or that even run counter to broader trends. We also recommend that you could consider future studies on the other themes and sub-themes that we identified in our methodology portion, as well as to explore women's history themes through the lens of archaeology. In terms of thinking about how to go about finding properties associated with this specific historic context, city directories are always a great start. Business directories group information by industry, trade, and business type. So we would recommend looking at places where women commonly worked by period: telephone companies, boarding houses, laundries. Women were even listed by their occupation, so nursing or hemstitching. We also recommend completing targeted research of census data, directories, and even ethnic newspapers to help identify women of color and their occupations. But beyond those traditional sources, that will require specialized research with archival collections and oral histories. We've identified some of those places in the annotated bibliography, but that's obviously just scratching the surface. And finally, outreach to local historical organizations could uncover properties associated with women working that are not identified in traditional searches. So looking for photographs of women at work, looking at a list of top employers of women in the 20th century, and even highlighting those stories of trailblazing women. So with that, thank you so much for allowing us to present on this. We'd love to answer any questions you have or talk more about this process. I not to speak for Sarah, but I know we have thoroughly enjoyed working on this. It's been just a delight to dive into all of this information. And I know I'm sad that it's coming to a conclusion here soon.
Well, thank you so much, Katie and Sarah. That was an amazing amount of work that's been into that already. Do commissioners have any comments? Julie? Yeah.
I just want to say thank you. That was an excellent presentation, and I can see it as an OPB documentary.
Let's do it.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, Gwen.
Thank you. I too enjoyed hearing all of the data that's been collected. And I can imagine just the energy that goes behind it, because you find out something about one aspect and that generates something else, so it just leads you through the space. There is the absence, however, and I didn't hear you address it, and for me, I think as we tell history, it's that inclusive part of saying why, if there's something missing, it is missing. For instance, 1903, I believe, was the date to 1900s. You didn't speak of any Black women in Oregon, and they lived here, they were a part of it, and we all understand that that the Klan was a huge part of Oregon's history, and that rather than like not speak of us, just to acknowledge that up front, that this data is not necessarily available due to X, Y, and Z. And those were the deep Klan years. But during that period of time, white women were really, they had a very strong position in the Klan that made it very successful. And it's not something that I would brag about, but it's also a fact that's documented that it was successful due to the women and the way they built that social club. So it would be really interesting. There's plenty of reference materials through books about the Claverns. In fact, I was just, someone just reached out to me that wants to do a book across Oregon of Claverns that are located in Oregon. And so I don't have very much, that's not a big part of my research, but it's also a part of my reality of being an Oregonian and having been here for a long time with my family and just the history of that, of the inclusion. For me, I would love to hear why it's not there, rather than not hear anything about the Black women in the early years. And we just, you talked about them bubbling up in the later years, that they were only in a domestic positions, which makes sense. My family grew up doing all of that work, and I was alongside aunties, grandmothers, and mothers doing that type of work. But excuse me, I'm not choked up yet, but I just would love to have that representation, if that's something you think. And you did say you had to slim things down, so it could be that stuff that's sitting on the side, it's a part of it, you just didn't add it to our presentation today. So I'm not saying it wasn't thorough, I was missing my representation there.
So what is the process with going through, you listed, 2 pages of additional research and documentation that could be included in this. Is that something you need? I don't believe you need direction from us to do, but what would be the process of getting that additional documentation? And like Gwen was saying, that, identification, even if you can't find the actual historical data, at least identifying why you can't find the historical data. You know, what else was going on in other races, indigenous people, Indians, if we've learned through our other documentation that we'll be reviewing this afternoon, and Blacks.
Sarah, I can start with that, and if you want to jump in too.
Yeah.
So thank you. I appreciate those comments. And yes, the historic context document is 170 plus pages. And it was very challenging to condense. But I appreciate your saying that you wanted to see yourself in the earlier history discussions. We tried very hard to be mindful throughout writing, and in putting the presentation together, I think we got really tight and limited. So I'm hoping that in reading the full document, you see that we really did make efforts to identify when we could find stories about women of color, and make it so that it was meaningful in how we were writing it instead of just token. But it was a challenge. And I think since Sarah in particular wrote about those earlier periods, she can speak to that as well.
Yeah, and so in our text, we come out and say because we cite a lot of census data and a lot of labor data, and we recognize there are a lot of people who aren't included in those numbers. Not only people of color, but also seasonal workers who kind of come and go from those numbers. So we put that caveat in with, hey, we're citing a lot of labor data, a lot of census data, but we recognize that this isn't maybe a full picture. And so we suggest to ourselves and to those going forward to use that data cautiously, but intersperse other sources that bring out those other voices. Because as you say, an absence in the record doesn't mean an absence on the landscape. So we in the document, we call out, I think in all of the periods, even by name in some instances where we have some trailblazers, and we tried to really have a cross-reference in the photographs that we show and in the industries up and down the economic spectrum and racial spectrum too. So I hope it comes across a little clearer in our document. But we also, in our annotated bibliography, we put an emphasis on looking, when you're doing archival and online research, in looking for those primary source accounts that are becoming more and more available, newspapers that cater to the African American community and other communities of color, like really searching those newspapers online for individual stories and women. And then, you know, at a community level, talking to not only the local historical societies, but getting into the directories and finding the people and getting those stories. So I hope a little bit more of that comes across in the report, but that's kind of how I see it, at least.
Thank you. And I don't feel that
Yeah.
it took some to bring a race of people into telling the story. And the whole idea too of going to other reference material resources like The Advocate that was run by a Black woman, that would be a wonderful resource to find out what was happening in different industries.
That's what we keyed in on too as well, The Advocate.
Thank you.
Can I just say a word here? Also, I think it's important to remember that their job was it wasn't even to scope a project. It was to scope the scope of a project. It's a massive story. And remembering how they broke up into the sort of broad context.
Right, that was interesting.
There's a lot more in those other blocks where those stories are also going to be fleshed out eventually. And also to remember that, you know, the purpose of the MPD eventually will be to get buildings and properties listed in the National Register. So eventually we will get to a point in this project where we're going to go out and look at what landscape tells us, what the buildings tell us, what the stories across the state, which is so important.
Mhm.
And again, a lot of those stories are gonna come up through the built environment as well.
Yes.
So this is like a tiny beginning, of a really big story, and we need all the voices. And if I was gonna say, I've got a June 24th deadline to get my comments back to these guys. So if anybody has comments, you can send them to me and I can forward them on, for the final version.
This is very compelling. Really is. It's got up so much.
Looks like Jackie, go ahead.
I think this is just an interesting comment that I did notice doing some other research about the Chinese diaspora and the types of jobs that they did in Oregon, and the fact that after the Exclusion Act, a lot of those jobs went to women, which I thought was quite kind of an interesting way that happened, like in the cannery industry and laundry, I guess, also. So that was kind of interesting to realize.
Yeah, that was a interesting point, that there was often competition between white women in the workforce and then men of color. So laundries, there was some really interesting resources related to, like there was a great thesis that someone wrote about that kind of racial and gender divide in the laundry industry in particular.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that struck me too about that very topic was the number of women, the photographs that we pulled from some of these local historical societies that really captured what you're saying is, you know, significant numbers of Chinese women and Japanese women working in the canneries. So we try to intersperse those photos. The photos are so powerful when you're just reading the text, but the photos really show it. So yeah, we saw that in photographic form too.
Great. Thank you so much. Really looking forward to this. And correct me if I'm wrong, is this going to be the draft sent out to all of us? Don't know that I received it already. It's another link I didn't click on.
Not received it.
We'll go ahead and send that out to the committee members.
Okay.
To take a look at it. I need to get my comments back to them by the 24th, so that's not very long from now. Do you want to give it a look?
Comments, we need to get them back to you by at least the 23rd. Okay.
If nothing to do this weekend.
And remember, this is the beginning of the beginning of this project. So this is absolutely not the only time you'll be able to weigh in and help guide the process. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Above and beyond.
Katie and Sarah, thank you again for all of that and for your presentation. It was really well done.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay. We are, oh, look, we're back on time. It is, well, it's 1:02 and we have information regarding the SHPO bylaws. Ian, you emailed those out to us who are online.
Yeah.
Like maybe you're passing out hard copies. We can go ahead and jump into that item when you are ready, Ian.
Sure. You want to set it aside?
Oh, I think always. I don't. One of each.
Oh, yeah, I guess you have that. You don't have it.
Oh, there's another set coming around the other side there. There's two pages. Go ahead and grab those. One the law, one the. So today I'm going to introduce a project that we're going to be working on over the next 3 sessions. So that project is to update your procedure document for this committee. Last time it was done was 2011. And it's been quite a while since that time. We've updated the National Register Program Rule in 2018. And so this is a little bit out of sync with all of that. I think it's a good time really to take on this project. None of you were around in 2011 when we put this together. Like I said, we updated the rule. We need to kind of line this up a little bit with that rule, but also kind of what the committee preferences are, what current practices are. Well, there's a couple instances too where this rule actually contradicts the state rule, and it's also a little bit repetitive in that it's repeating, sometimes verbatim or ad-libbing a little bit from the state law or the state rule, which is actually Department of Justice strongly advises against that. Simply, either include it by reference or quote it. So today what we're going to do is I'm going to kind of walk you through briefly the law, the state rule, and the procedure, and then when we leave here, the little bit of homework, should you choose to do it, is to send me suggestions by the end of July of what you might want to do with this particular document. Suggestions for edits. I'll take anything from general ideas to questions to if you want to try your hand at writing some pieces, go ahead and do that. I'll put together a very messy working draft for us to talk about at our October meeting, which then I'll refine. And the idea is we would probably have something to adopt at the February meeting. This is not a race. We're not in a hurry to get this done. We have good procedures in place, but what this document will do is kind of, I think, land things a little bit better, kind of fill in some gaps. So go ahead and we're going to start with this document called applicable state law. So you can go ahead and call that out. So, and for those of you who go online, I think I just called it laws. Should be a PDF. So real briefly, there's distinct differences between a law, a rule, and a procedure. So for those of you who aren't familiar, a law is passed, of course, by the Oregon State Legislature. They tend to be very broad. I like to say they draw the gigantic box that you have to fit in. Sometimes include a lot of detail, but in Oregon, often they do not. It basically establishes something and what needs to happen. Generally will direct an agency to write rules or to develop processes or other kinds of things. So that's kind of the big piece of it. Of course, a law you have to carry out. Oregon over time has developed an understanding of its laws to be very literal. It's what the text says. They don't really factor in what was said during the hearing or what was intended. It's about the nouns and verbs on that page. So we carry those out. An administrative rule, or Oregon Administrative OAR, is a process by which you basically frame out what that law says. So if the law says develop rules to carry out a program that does a certain thing, you develop the rules that would administer that. And a rule is developed by the agencies as far as a step process. It's public. There's hearing procedures that are prescribed in state law, and it's eventually filed with the Secretary of State. Here in Oregon, when we, with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, when we do rules, we have to go to the commission and ask them for permission to open the rule. We have to give them a good reason why we want to do it. They allow us to open the rule. We have a public process. The depth of that public process depends on what we're doing. If we're just editing it, basically, it's probably just an online comment. If we're writing a brand new rule or making substantive changes, we need to demonstrate that we've had multiple meetings and those are internal things we put on us for public process. Once we finish our public process, whatever it is, we go back to the commission. We show them the rule that we came up with, how we responded to public comments and how that's incorporated in the rule. And then they make a decision on whether they'll approve it or edit it or tell us we're not going to change the rule. All options they can have. And then we file with Secretary of State. Procedures are things that's done by staff. So it could be anything from desk procedures, how we run the office, to commissions. As long as you don't contradict the law or the rule, you can kind of do whatever you want. But you cannot make a law or rule type thing. So for instance, you can't introduce an extra process, you can't mandate anything. It's going to be very internal, like how we choose to run our business or comport ourselves or other kinds of things within our group. So one of the things that they'll always be looking for is, are you adding an extra criteria? So for instance, if you were to develop, we'll take a silly example. In your procedural rules, it's like, we don't really like 4 criteria, we're introducing a new one. No, that, you need, probably at the law level, federal law level in this case, for to have something enacted. So you can't add, but you can refine, if that makes sense. So we'll go ahead and walk through these really quick, and then I already sent these to all of you, even those of you in the room here. I sent it to you by email, so you've already got these documents, and then you'll have them in paper here. So applicable state laws, real quick, and this is from chapter 358. You can find these online through the Oregon legislature. I just kind of flipped these out here. This first one is basically the enabling legislation 358-605. The reason why I clipped that out is this is the law that enabled the here in Oregon, this National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, which established state historic preservation offices in all states. Each state has to have their equivalent of the SACHP. And you can see in that top line, it lists out, why do we do this? It talks about the value of cultural and heritage resources. 2 is pretty standard in a lot of states. And we also like heritage resources because they make us money. And then the 3rd is the enabling legislation. You'll actually see reference to the National Historic Preservation Act. So that number 1, I think, is important just simply because I think it targets exactly why we do all of these things. 358-617, I included that simply because that gives us the authority to write our own rules. And then you'll go to the real meat of it, 358.622. This is what establishes you as a group. So you look at point 1 there, creates your committee, says there has to be 9 members, 1/2 have to be in the professions, asks that at least be 1 representative of Oregon Native American Indian community, and then also folks that represent different cultures and ethnicities is something that they'd like to see. 2, very broad statement of what this committee is supposed to be doing. It specifically names reviewing National Register nominations, because that's what the federal legislation asks you to do. But you'll see the other 2 options are basically provide advice, whatever that is, and then may perform other duties as. So again, laws tend to be pretty broad. And then 3, noting that the governor selects the chairperson and the vice chairperson, and it sets up a quorum. Functionally, to answer that question, how that works is we decide who we want to nominate as the chair and vice chair here. Unless the governor has a real problem, they tend to just go, that looks great, and pass that along. This is a committee that tends not to get a huge amount of scrutiny. Other committees get a lot more scrutiny on who's sitting on those committees. And then unfortunately, item 4, we can't pay you. See, it's in a law, we can't change it. We're not just being meanies about it. And then the other thing is there in 5, there's kind of a catch-all. It talks about developing criteria for the Oregon State Register of Historic Properties, which we've never had. Review of properties for acceptance, the Oregon Property Management Account. That's our special assessment program, which is sunsetting June 30th, so just a few days from now. And the last piece of that is appoint committees and subcommittees to carry out. So you can see here the law is, incredibly broad. If you go to what's rules, so this is our state rule, and this is just one chapter of the rules. We have a very long state rule for the National Register program. It's because when it was written, we had been sued on several fronts through several controversial projects, and there's a rule writing, all those angry people in the same room. And so there was a lot of process and other things added to this, especially a lot of notification. This, what I've provided for you is just our piece of it. If you want to look it up, state rules, if you look up 736, chapter 736, division 50, then you can go ahead and follow them all the way down if you are interested in looking at all of those pieces. So with this here, go ahead and run through it very quickly. Again, it kind of defines it a little bit. You can see up at the top here, talks about when the committee would or would not review National Register nomination forms. You can see an example of reference versus explicitly stating it out. So just to let you know what the exclusion there is that this committee would not review any nominations that a certified local government, an agency that has their own preservation program, objected to. Also, you would look at removing a property that was demolished or razed, minor amendments to a document that didn't change its reason for listing, or changing the status of an individual property within a historic district. So basically, those relatively minor things. If you look at 2, those are your criteria for listing a property in the National Register. That comes basically from the National Park Federal Park Service rules. You can see this is a little more detail from the law, right? The law said just, figure out nominations, okay, a little more detailed here. 3 talks about the, 3 and 4 talk a little bit housekeeping issues, really oriented around not preventing last minute adds to the agenda or situations where the CLG might choose to waive its review. Little bit about conflicts of interest in 5. Again, you can see it's included by reference because there are volumes and volumes of this, and they change it about every session, or it's reinterpreted. A little bit about conflict of interest there, some more about quorum in 7. And then in 8 through about 13 is a little bit of detail on your process. Who gets to speak, how that process runs out, staff presentations and whatnot. When we did the rule, there was concern about process and fairness and that type of thing during the hearings. And so that you get that in there. But if you skim through that, it's not, reflects what you're doing now, but it doesn't include a lot of detail. And then 14 we'll be doing a little bit later. It's the opportunity for you to do courtesy comments for tribes and federal agencies should they choose to participate in that process, just being explicit that yes, you do get to do that. Let's see, if you go to, let's see if I can find the next one here. So getting to the meat of it now, which is your procedures. Again, these were in 2011 and I wrote them with the staff. That's so going through here, you can see we're going to add a little bit more recon. And this is going to, what I'm going to do here is kind of run through this real quick, give you some ideas for some basic recommendations from initial recommendations from staff, how to work through this. And then again, give us some comments by the end of the month. If you don't have any, that's fine. We're going to take our time working through this. So if you want to just kind of see how it develops in October, that's fine. And I know several of you serve on boards and commissions, so it's completely okay to borrow practices or ideas from those as well. Again, as long as we're just within the law and the rule, which is why I supplied those to you, you can kind of do whatever would work for this group. So at the beginning, if you require, there's a statement of authorization, staff recommendation there, just to make that more complete. It doesn't include the Oregon administrative rules. I think it's nice in a document like this to simply have those statutes and authorities up front. Item 1 about the SACHP, if you recall the law, it was really broad about what you could do. Here's several points, 7 points about what you could do. Encourage the group to take some time looking through those, make sure you understand them. Are there things here you want edited, things removed, things added? Of course, we'd be looking at your original scope, but I think that's a good one to look at. Looking at the composition, all those provisions are actually in the law, and I would recommend striking them and including them by reference if at all. Quorum voting, same thing. If you look at this sheet that I passed out to you, what I've done is in sections where I'm recommending striking things yellow is what's unique in that particular area. So, so there are some pieces here that are unique that you may choose to go, yes, that's useful. Let's find a spot for that when I'm recommending the striking the section.
And you emailed that to us?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the.
There's 3 pages.
Did you get this one here?
This was not passed around, but you might have emailed it to us. We
No.
don't have it here.
Let's see. I would have. Oh, you know what?
This came in my packet. Oh, no.
Well, if you don't have it because it was handed to you, I apologize. So what you've got is you've got the original, and then what I've got is this with the staff comments.
Thank you.
I shouldn't just use the royal we, it's my comments. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the one there.
So I handed out, you have the full rules simply because when they put the comments on the side, it gets very minuscule to read. So if you go down to Steve Foreman voting there, you can see the yellow highlight. That's what's original there. And then you can see my comments down the side. Let's see. So in Foreman voting, most of that's already included someplace else. If you go to item D, which is on page 2. Conflict of interest, recommending striking that completely simply because that is, as I mentioned before, well qualified in state law and rule. Terms and vacancies. There's a fair amount here that appears to be original, but I suspect with the specificity here that I just haven't found, I didn't find the state law here or the state rule that dictates these terms. At least what I've highlighted in yellow there is not in the law or the rule that I looked at. I'll do a little bit of research to make sure that this is unique to this committee. And if it is, probably included, and if it isn't, we'll include it by reference. And then you can see in that under terms of vacancies, item 5 and 6, you'll recognize that probably from the law. It's verbatim from the law. The chairmanship, there's a lot of good stuff in here about the roles and duties of the chair and what they could do. You'll notice that in the previous documentation talks very briefly about what the chair and vice chair do. This includes a little more detail, and it's a good opportunity, especially since the chair and vice chair are running your meetings. How do you want the meetings to run? You know, and there's also a little bit of detail in here about how they are to represent this group when you're not in a meeting, which I think could be useful as well. Scheduling cancellations, Oregon public meeting law is highly legislated, I guess, is a nice way to say it. And we staff tend to handle those. You'll see that I've referenced in several points the staff rule. There's a separate part of the National Register rule that deals with staff procedures. It's incredibly lengthy. If you'd like to read it, you can. But a lot of what I'm suggesting cutting out here is been covered in that. And since it's not directly related to how you run your meetings, I think it winds up being a little bit of content without meaning. But we can go ahead and talk a little bit about that. Under location and frequency, everything just says you're going to meet 3 times a year, but if we want to keep February, June, and October, that's useful. I think it is. And then also, if possible, being in a location outside of Salem, I think it's useful to keep. You might want to include some more details about special meetings and how the procedures in that one for that outside of what's already in the rule. A lot of what's in nominations, and again, when we put the rule together, it was under a lot of scrutiny. A lot of the information right now about how nominations are prepared for this, because they come to this group, is already prescribed in that rule. So a lot of this will probably come out for a certain amount. I think is how the sausage is made in the shop is not necessarily important to this committee, although we can provide presentations on that. Meeting preparation, I think there's some of this, my note says maybe we could remove this, but there's some useful stuff here. You remember the rule just kind of lays out the very broad park service criteria, and 3 of which is making sure the form is filled out and technically complete and professionally prepared and adequate. Really, we do before it even gets to you. You know, if it wasn't those 3 things, you wouldn't see it, although we miss things. If you look at B2 here on page 4, here gives you a little more detail on what you're looking for. And that would be an opportunity to refine if you want to provide yourself some guidance on what you're really looking at or looking for when you do your reviews. You can see in the item 3 there, you're also encouraged to see the buildings in person. I think that's important to go ahead and do it. This committee gets a little more leeway because you're making a recommendation to the SHPO list and then recommends the National Park Service.
Yeah.
So we worry a little bit less about having information other folks don't. You just say you visited. That's how we handle it. Or that you're familiar with it. Considering nominations, there's a little more detail here that I've highlighted that you may choose to keep. Again, kind of talking about when you do your review, what you should be talking about, helping you kind of focus on, what is included in a review that wouldn't be anywhere else in either law or the rule. Starting with special issues, that is pretty much all covered in excruciating detail in the staff procedures. And again, if it would help for me at the next session to walk through some of those with you, we could do that. I just didn't want to burden you with extra detail that wasn't necessary. Let's see. So that, and then the last piece of that item 4 on page 5, amendment of procedures. Of course, that's something we need. We need to be kind of transparent about how we would do this. Generally for amendments, you would not be allowed to amend your procedures and then use them that same meeting. You have to kind of, hey, we're going to amend our procedures, and you make a draft available to the public, and then you debate it, and then you pass it, and then it's the next meeting. So it's usually at least 2, if not 3 meetings to make any kind of changes. So for instance, let's say we do adopt them in February 2025, it would be your June meeting, they would actually be used. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I ran through a lot of information pretty quick. So our next steps from here is going to ask me any questions or clarifications on what I'm asking for comments. If you choose to comment, just provide it to me by the end of the month, and then we'll go ahead and put together that review. I'm going to go ahead and lead that project because we have a new National Register Coordinator coming on, but they'll be working with me. Katie might wind up doing the presentation to you by your February meeting. We'll see. We're going to be asking her to learn a whole heck of a lot really fast. In fact, the first day she's coming in, our deadline for new nominations is July 1 for your October meeting. So she's got work to do as soon as her computer works. So
She is capable.
yeah, she's very capable. So I already gave her a heads up. I said it's going to be a whirlwind. So
Well,
and then we got to figure out. Now we have two Katie's. How we identify between the two. Katie's one and Katie's two. So any questions?
I was thinking maybe the comment period might be a good way to express, because over the years I've found certain missing pieces that sometimes we don't get, or the people preparing nominations don't get. So, but more on that later on. So,
Yeah.
about MPDs,
yeah.
especially.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good opportunity. I mean, and the thing is, if you all wind up making suggestions, we're going to actually look at we're going to reevaluate the National Register rule and then go to revisions. We passed it in 2018. We're supposed to have it on a 2-year cycle. Things happen. We'll be looking at 2025 to make some revisions. So if you come up with some ideas that wouldn't fit in a procedure, we're going to be looking at that rule to revise. We might just put that in a list of things to look at when we look back at the rules. So if there's things that, if you're looking at the rule and going, I don't like that, or why don't we do it this way? There'll be an opportunity, 2025. Any questions about the law, procedure, rule, process?
You want comments by the end of July.
And it's all. And you have been all very tolerant for talking about this right after. Pretty tough topic.
You know I love the enrollment.
I know you do. Cassie's excited. All right, well, go ahead and I sent that email out to you around lunchtime. I was in the first part of the presentation. Let me know if you have any questions or whatnot. And don't worry about the is this going to impinge on the law or the rule? I mean, reasonably we'd be looking at it, but that's kind of staff job to figure out where that sits. I tend to like to say yes unless there's a good reason to say no. And so if you have an idea that might contradict with the law or the rule, the question would be, well, how close can we get to what you're trying to ask for? It's not going to run afoul of that stuff. So it might, if we can get a piece of that in there, that would work. The only other thing I would say with these types of procedures is less is always more. You don't want to paint yourself in a corner with things that are too precise or too prescriptive, because I guarantee someone will walk in that door and break it for you and make it difficult for you to do your business. So, and we can, I've got other staff who are more experienced with this that do this for all of state parks that I can pull on. So if there's questions that come up, I do have other people I can ask them about what has worked or what hasn't worked or what's been problematic in the past. So we have that resource here in the agency.
Do you find a lot of things are borrowed from because I've looked at state law and what happens usually is somebody out there, one of the states has already passed it and there's a bandwagon. So Oregon grabs basically word for word and then if there's a court case, it gets modified.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that. I mean, I had our public relations manager, that does stuff in the legislature and laws and rules and all that, send me several examples to look at. So, if someone's thought of a couple turns of phrase, it works. There's no reason not to read, but kind of tweak it a little bit, do a little bit of Mad Libs, drop the name of the committee in, those kinds of things. And if it works, I would encourage blind adoption of things to make sure it fits your context, so you're not building a problem. But yeah, if you can, like I said, I invited prior, if you are on a commission and you've got, or even in like your neighborhood association board, and you've got some bylaws or other things that you think might be helpful, go ahead and bring them in, as long as they don't contradict with the water rule, we can. All right, well, I look forward to talking to you all about this in the next couple of sessions.
Thanks again. All right. Turning back to our agenda, we are moving up on item 6 now. And this is the review, a courtesy review of property proposed for listing in the National Register. Since it's 1:28, can we take at least a 2-minute break? A little bio break here?
Yeah, more than 2 minutes.
2-minute warning.
How about 5, Heidi?
Oh,
Sure.
5 would be even better. Great, thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Right.
I know why you said warning, and it's no other level of foot than.
Okay, yeah.
Commerce. It was always about. It's America.
It's American.
Especially corporate.
All
Are we
right, we are,
almost ready?
yep, we are back online. Are we good to resume, Chair?
We are good. Thank you. Okay. Still have our meeting will resume notice up on the screen. But we are moving into item number 6, the courtesy review of property proposed for listing in the National Register regarding Crater Lake Route number 3, Mission 66 Historic District in Klamath County. I'm not sure which staff member is going to be presenting this to us.
It'll be Ian and I, one thing, we're getting the slides sorted here. Okay. Cool. All right, the committee will now perform a courtesy review of the Crater Lake Route 3 Mission 66 Historic District in Klamath County. Proposed district is nominated as of statewide significance under criterion A and C with 10 contributing and 10 non-contributing resources. Period of significance is 1954 to 1969, and Ian Johnson will give us an overview of the courtesy review process.
So this is a courtesy review. So this applies to federal agencies and tribal governments that are nominating properties within their jurisdiction. In the case on tribal lands for tribes, and then for federal agencies, properties physically on land they administer. The normal process for tribes and federal agencies to nominate historic properties to list in the National Register as prescribed in the National Register Program Rules 36 CFR 60 is that the agencies will prepare the nomination completely, and then they send it to the SHPO, and at that point we simply read it, write up any comments, and then we either say we concur or do not concur that the property is eligible or not eligible for listing in the register, and then that sheet just goes straight to the Park Service. So basically, you know, the SHPO as an office and the individual, you wouldn't see it as a committee. Our courtesy review process is a little bit unique. We invite tribes and we invite federal agencies to submit to this normal review process, normal for us. We think it's value added to have all of you experts look at it and provide comments. When there's interest from the public, we think that's valuable to have people comment on it. The important caveat here is everything we suggest is a recommendation. It's advisory only. The federal agency may choose to review it or not review it. So we're not going to ask you to take a vote on it because the nominating authority in this case is the National Park Service. And so we're going to go ahead and give them our best thoughts and ideas. Staff, we're going to go ahead and take notes. We're going to write up all those things. We'll put our ideas and comments together, and then we'll provide those to the federal agency to hopefully make this the best nomination document possible. They will choose to make edits or not make edits, and then they're going to put it through that process that I described before. They're going to finalize that document. They're going to send it through to us, and then it'll go to the National Park Service. The little service that we do offer that often gets federal agencies to want to do this is the Park Service has a lot of details and little I's to dot and T's to cross to get nominations, just documentation in correct order. And they don't have it written down in any one location. It's through a variety of white papers and honestly lore. So we offer to the federal agencies, if you come through this process, we'll take care of your paperwork for you, put it in a nice order. So it kind of is a good reciprocal relationship. So with that, Val will go ahead and give this presentation, and then we'll take some comments and hopefully get this nomination good set up.
Oh, I don't have presentation specific for this, just
that slide. Okay.
So,
all right, guess we're done.
but Steve, he drafted this, so he should have.
Yeah. I had a few comments, just that might help, just for general information. You can file it away. When I was first hired, somebody came up to me and I said something about the Washington office. Well, bureaucracies now in state, you don't have that kind of distance. But whenever you have a bureaucracy that's, there's a field level, there's a regional level, which is most interaction, and there's a national level. And between field and national is two levels. And that's classic if you're bureaucratic behavior about how there's many misunderstandings. What are the rules anyway? And why did this happen when you let them do this? And we had to play by the rules for once. So this nomination is something that grew out of a contract. And I should back up a little bit with, there was an MPD that I don't think you saw as part of on Mission 66. And as a historian, do you remember very many projects, unless it was somebody representing another field, that working together when you have, let's say, 6 authors on something, it ever works out very well in history? Generally doesn't. So this MPD for Mission 66 was really focused on architecture, and about 20 years ago, visitor centers were kind of, the agency discovered itself, and we've got visitor centers. That's a new building type. And Ethan Carr and his wife Sarah Alabak made a lot of hay on this, and they kind of skimmed off the cream. And then in the MPD, there's all this stuff about architecture, especially VCs, and they talk about other property types like campgrounds, roads, et cetera, almost saying that more information will come later. Well, thank you very much, because I'm going to have to invent the context for what you should have been doing. And they got paid handsome, of course. So like contracting, you have to kind of go back, and we were real lucky here in that, so give you the timeline. Agency Centennial was 2016. The MPD was approved in 2015. And suddenly some of us are waking up to, there might be a little money out there somewhere. And if you keep it really typical for somebody who grew up in the state, you lowball things. And I'm classic that way. So the U of O got all of $23,000 to do work that focused on the campground and then on Mount Scott Lookout. And that's the piece you haven't seen yet. And it'll probably be sent through, hopefully, maybe by the next meeting. It depends on Geronimo's timeline. So anyway, that was one problem with contracting in 2017. Wrote it up thinking, these two things floated, like the amphitheater and the campground floated to the top, as did the lookout. We didn't think about roads because no one had ever talked about them. And so by the time once the contract's underway, you could check, it's not worth doing. It just wasn't the money there. And so, but we were able to hire. What happened if you followed the HP program at the U of O? Shannon Sardell was the lead person on this, and then a big implosion happened in HP. And so we had to go find, through Chad Randall, other people that would help us out. And fortunately, 2 out of the 3 were our former interns at Great Lake. So that helped immensely. And so we did get a product by the time the contract ran out 5 years, and that's simply a regional deadline. And by then there were another set of contracts which one was about Mission 66 properties in the parks, and the contractor was ARG, and they said, well, look at Route 3, it was the first reconstruction of a road during Mission 66. And I'd been used to roads, all the way from location to paving. Reconstruction is a different process where you widen, you beef up the base, and there was a good example here, and they said it was eligible. So the thought I had during my last year on the job was, let's put this all into one district. And that's why you see a campground with what is in essence an approach road, combined as public use district. So far, so good in terms of, and I hope it wasn't too agonizing in reading it, because I've been there. Nominations or NPDs that go on for too long. Basically, this is for questions, and those are the main points. Yeah, first of all, Mission 66, was that explained well enough?
Yeah.
I know if you've been in the agency, oh yeah, Mission 66, it wasn't treated very well for a long period. Mission 66 was just meant, go ahead, demolish, and nobody will. We pulled back on that. Basically, I say, look, there's some projects here, you're spending money. We have to go through a process. And I remember Chrissy gave us some comments about the bridges. Hey, they are kind of special. The campground sadly had comfort stations that, except for one, were essentially demolished and rebuilt into kind of something faux concrete block. Any other I put it in a footnote, but in 1954 was the beginning of the process for planning Mission 66, and that's why the period of significance is what it is. And 69 was after Mission 66, but it was implementing Mission 66 projects because planning can be done. But it was a time of great change. In Little Crater Lake, there's something there, a place so dominated by rustic architecture, at least in our minds, but a very different goals in design. Rustic is essentially a state architecture, and it goes by state rules, both socially and through design. Whereas modern stuff, and I think in the memo I sent to Robert about Val's comments, I got into, okay, modernistic, mid-century modern. Those terms are pretty fluid, and it were hard to really say this. I'm just set that connection. Okay, questions? Katie, what do you think?
I don't think that I didn't have any specific comments on it. Obviously, I'm reading them like about my next camping trip. When I'm not on my crutches. I thought the source material was provided adequately. It would have been nice to see the MPD that was referenced for additional reference. I didn't go pull it up myself. But I thought that the points were clearly made enough, and the images and figures that were provided really helped points for easily accessible from home. So
yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
Although at times I'll tend to overdo it, and I didn't illustrate this. Get it in there.
I thought they were helpful for illustrating the point. So. Don't have any specific recommendations.
It's broken down for ease of reading. I appreciated that. Actually good. Well, the different headers and things like that. I'm very impressed by it. I'm new to this process, so I think it's that we're setting the bar for me is something understanding of what this committee does and the scope of things we're going to do beyond being this committee out of Rome. It's going to be looking at old house nominations and things like that. But we certainly look at those, but the breadth, I think, of this is quite impressive. And having worked for the Park Service for 20 years, I learned quite a bit in reading this. I really appreciated kind of bringing that together and bringing a road into that, Mission 66. I too had not thought of roadways as being necessarily connected or significant to the traditional Mission 66 architectural styles. And I appreciated that. I don't have a lot to add beyond that. I especially liked it broken down in very digestible segments because there's a lot of information and
Well, and some of the hidden history was that DPR/federal highways haven't really covered themselves, at least for this period. And so, nor did the Park Service, because they were only studying themselves. And I thought, well, that's an easy one because I had a lot of that information and so you can make it think coherent. And in terms of process, what happens is there was the so-called Centennial Act, which was passed the day we had remember that meeting in the snow here in town? I woke up and thought I was in Winnipeg because I'd been there about a month earlier, and it was an amendment to NHPA, and it had this because NHPA doesn't say directly you should pass these things through SHPO. And if SHPO doesn't like it, it's like a pocket veto. So that's where you have to have interaction. Because if you just let it sit, it'll die on its own. And
That was the point of that.
yeah. So, and then from get us to the FPO, which is in the Washington office. Every agency has a federal preservation officer, and they review it, and then they send it on to the keeper's office, and that's what Paul looks at and sees. So, then hopefully.
Our new folks, Paul Signet is our assigned reviewer, looks at all the national registered nominations for us.
So that's the whole. Thank you, Val, for your comments. Sure. And in terms of any comments, I'd like to do it all at once, and that's why I sent one.
Steve, you'll get a single memo.
Okay.
Any other comments from everybody?
I didn't have any. I thought, your response, Steve, was great. And I hope that got out to everybody, right? I know. Okay. It didn't just land in my lap and I didn't send it out. And then, yeah, like Greg was saying, it's really well written and documented, and organized. So thank you for that. I'm excited to have this route included in it.
Yeah, and I'm thankful to our U of O group, Patience and Brooke and Geronimo. They push things along very well. And it was helpful to have Chad Randall around. And it's interesting, he went back to the Washington office, and I never thought anybody would do
that. Jackie or Julie, any comments? Jackie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was impressed, very impressed also at how just well it lays out all the information about the integrity, what's contributing, what's not contributing. It made it really straightforward to understand all the different nuances and changes over time. And it was I kind of like that part where you tried to quantify integrity by just saying how many things in the campground were at the different conditions and how many still existed. And then what else? And I really appreciate good photos with enough in the captions that I know what I'm looking at and what I should be paying attention to. And that's always very helpful. So really nicely written and easy to understand.
Well, those two things, integrity and as well as the photos, were my excuses to get out of the office. It was August, and I needed to, have a nice project.
Good, Julie.
I don't have much to add to what everyone has said. I think this is a difficult resource to document in the National Register nomination form because it's not typical. Like you say, there's the roadways and all of that introduced. So kudos for putting it together. I love the amphitheater. I wish there were some more of the other buildings still around there, but I certainly understand it. And yeah, it'd be a great place to go camping. Thanks.
Welcome.
I have a question for staff. This is not specific to this nomination, but I think this is a good example where who is just the National Register Coordinator staff person the only person that reviews these? Are there other people on the staff who provide those reviews? I'm thinking about, a lot of the reviews that we do are like historical environment type resources, but there are others that are archaeology or these other types of unique resources that one person can't be expert in all of these things. So I'm just curious how that.
I can speak from just my experience on this one was that Robert had read it before me, and then he had me read through it, and that was what I sent my comments out to him just to you. There was a couple of us on staff that looked at it. I don't know if you guys. I have not been at anything so. But.
Is that normally the case? Just that one person, or maybe a second?
Generally, National Register Coordinator is going to read and comment on it. Chrissy and I tried to read all the nominations. I did not have the opportunity to read this one prior to this meeting, but often we'll read them just before this hearing here. So,
And obviously, if there's an archaeology component to it, then we'll bring in John and Jamie.
Oh, so
yeah.
you do have to have
Oh, yeah.
a subject matter expert.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It depends on the topic. Sometimes we'll read them with more than a few people in staff. It kind of depends on what's coming in.
Yep.
We need to take a 2-minute break.
Yeah.
We have a computer that needs to restart and won't let us delay it. It's the master, because that's so convenient.
Every time.
Okay, so we're going to take a 2-minute tech break while we swap everything over. So we'll thank the IT department later.
What happened during our recording?
Exactly. Same thing.
Everybody cross your fingers that we're able to log back on and be okay. Can you surely?
Well, hold on. So give us a second, and if we, for some reason, we get disconnected online, just come back on, but we're trying our best to maintain connection with the Zoom meeting throughout this process. So give us a second.
Wow, that would be impressive.
If anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Should we link arms?
Yeah. Pull out anything lucky and start rubbing it.
I think I can't. I can't.
Press arms or legs or eyes. Fingers. I can't cross my toes, but I can flip off somebody. Just you might want to.
That's a skill right there.
It could be in films.
I wish what they would do is they would be set up to do overnight. And you think we'll get it off.
No, so I used to work for an Oregon tribe. I used that to know partner that I
Right.
for years.
Yeah, fortunately.
But I am not. There's sort of a big thing. 2022, so it was kind of about.
Connect that to yours.
Jackie and Julie. It looks like we still have Val. Looks like we were kicked off the meeting. Oh, he's still working on it. Okay, we'll hold tight.
It's just in.
And I believe we are back up and running.
All right. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Apologies. It was successful. Good job. Thank you.
Yes.
And Jackie, would you mind just giving us a thumbs up if you can hear us? I love to see that, thank you.
Except for disconnect on the. Okay. Okay, we're back. We're ready. Should I, think? Heidi, I think we start this part asking for public testimony. The presenters will usually give staff presentation first. So Heidi would read this is our first regular National Register nomination review. So Heidi has a little preamble statement that she would read. You're ready to do that, Heidi, and then you'll get to go ahead and start the hearing process.
I would happily read that, but I do not have it memorized. So.
Well, it's performant anyway, so I think we can just go ahead and skip to our normal hearing process.
Okay, I didn't quite hear what you said.
Oh, it's performant anyway, so I think I think we can go ahead and skip it. It's not procedurally required, so if you could just start the process then, I believe it starts with the staff presentation.
Okay, well, first, how about I ask for any conflicts of interest or biases to declare on this project? Hearing none. All right, we will turn it over to staff then. Thank you.
Okay, so the committee will now consider the J.L. Elam building in Milton Freewater, Umatilla County. The Elam Bank building is located on North Main Street at the corner of 6th Street in what was once the town of Freewater. The building is among a mix of 20th century commercial buildings. If they're on the map. The nomination that we're reviewing today argues for a period of significance of 1906 to 1920. It covers the period of time the building was first constructed, a 1908 expansion, and through to a major facade remodel in 1920. Nomination argues that the property has local significance under criterion C for its architecture as a notable example with high integrity and one of only a few classical revival style commercial buildings in the town of Milton Freewater. The nomination explains that the original building was expanded in 1908 to its present footprint. The expansion maintained the exterior symmetry, continuing the decorative entablature and balustrade. Then in 1920, a remodel added the pair of ionic columns at the main entrance, which was also reconfigured at that time. A 1936 earthquake destroyed the balustrade on the south side of the building, while the other classical revival details remain. In summary, the discussion for the committee today is, does the nomination make the case for local significance under criterion C in the area of architecture? Does the building retain sufficient integrity reflective of that significance? And I'll try to answer questions, and We also have the preparer and maybe the building owner online with us. If there's any questions for Val, this would be the time to ask them. Yeah. Questions for me specific? Cool. Carrie and Tracy.
Carrie and Tracy, I'm going to promote you to a panelist and you'll be able to unmute yourself, and if directed by the chair, you will be able to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Alexander. I'm one of the owners of the bank building in Milton Freewater. We spent the past year not remodeling the bank, but bringing up everything to code on the interior. And we really feel that it's a special spot on Main Street in Freewater, and that a lot of the buildings on that street have been kind of remodeled in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s and don't really retain the character of the turn of the century. But this bank building is really special in that it does.
Great. Tracy, did you have something you'd like to share or add to that?
Yeah, thank you so much to the commission. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my settings here with the last minute switch over to panelists. So yeah, I think Carrie captured it beautifully. You know, that downtown kind of historic Freewater, this really is kind of one of the few remaining buildings from kind of the early years. I do just want to highlight that if this property is listed, it will become only the 7th listed property in Milton Freewater. So not very many out there in that part of the state, but also that Carrie and Todd are doing this just because they recognize the importance of the building that they have. You know, this isn't a project that's being led by tax credits or special assessment, though I hope obviously that they'll pursue future grants if they choose to do that. But really, you know, they just as property owners recognize that they have a really special building for the history of Freewater and for Milton Freewater. And I just want to applaud them for kind of taking the initiative to do that. I don't think we see as many nominations as we should go forward just because it's a fun, good thing to do to capture history. And so just want to make sure that that's recognized. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but thank you to Carrie and Todd for letting me work on this project. It was incredible.
Can you remind me when the building was painted? I mean, if it was originally, you know, if it was painted in the period of significance at some point, or was it just, I mean, it looks like a fresh coat right now, but had it been painted previously?
Tracy, I don't know if you know the exact history of it, but when we bought the building a year ago, and as long as we've lived here for the past 6 years, the outside of the building was painted pink. I don't know, but beyond that, I'm not sure how long it was painted though.
Yeah, like Carrie, I don't have an exact year. I'm looking at kind of the photo of the 1936 earthquake photos. It looks like there might be something on the bricks, just given kind of the pretty uniform color that stands out from those earlier kind of 1908 photos that we have. But I'm not sure of an exact year. Sorry about that, Heidi.
That's okay. Yeah, my other question I had was about additional comparative examples. We had that one church from the Valley Christian Church on Main Street, but it would be helpful to see any other comparative analysis done too.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. I did a windshield survey of kind of Milton Freewater, and really the Valley Christian Church was the only really comparative example that I could find. And even then, I think it's kind of a stretch, just given kind of the history of that building and the scale of that building. But kind of in the historic downtown Freewater, and then also kind of driving through the old Milton downtown, there really just is not another classical revival building that matches this. Carrie probably knows better from driving in today, but there really just aren't other comparatives that I was able to find within the local area.
Yeah, I wonder if there are any in Pendleton area. That
I'm
just
sure
to
that
broaden the circle a little bit, to have a greater, showing the importance of it. Obviously, that speaks to the importance of it in the Milton Free Water area itself. Okay. Any other questions for the applicants from our commissioners?
I was curious why just the footprint and not the tax lot, since it seemed like there was just a small little area at the back that was not included.
I don't know the answer to that.
Sorry, Carrie, I'm struggling with my mute unmute.
Tracy?
Yeah, so Jackie, I think kind of the reason I selected the building itself was because it is under criterion C just for the architecture. The building is really kind of the representation of that. And then there is nothing else kind of within that tax lot boundary. So kind of adding the back parking lot, there's not like an outbuilding. It really is just a paved area. I'm kind of in reading through the bulletin. It just seemed to make the most sense to keep it tight to the building. Again, just given the area of significance.
And unfortunately, our audio skipped, and so we missed Jackie's question.
Should I restate the question?
Please.
My question was the reason the tax lot was excluded and only the footprint of the building, and whether that makes any difference in the nomination. And is that a common, I guess my other question is that commonly what these architecturally significant nominations do versus the lot?
I can speak to that briefly. So prior, it was practiced for the Oregon SHPO to include the tax lot as a matter of course. The issue is that is twofold. One, especially in commercial buildings, you tend to pick up parking lots or other kinds of or general area that's actually not historically associated with property. I think a tax lot is a good place to start your analysis for downtown property, but then to refine it based on what is the extent of physical material that you're trying to nominate, and also what is its historic association. So I'll give you an example. In downtown Redmond, they've nominated, it's a district, and there's an old Piggly Wiggly there, but they included a parking lot. Well, the reason is Piggly Wiggly's there, claim to fame was they had parking, and it was an intentional part of the design was to have a parking lot adjacent and not street parking. In this particular example, the question before the committee is, does this make sense? The only caveat I tend to throw out there is with a boundary that's the footprint. Does it include the eaves? In this case, we don't have that problem. So we've got walls that go straight up, so we don't have any overhangs or other things we don't have to worry about. So, for the committee, do you feel like there's any historic material that is being missed, or anything context-wise, like for the example of the Piggly Wiggly, that you think should be included? Otherwise, you generally want to keep the boundary reasonably tight, especially in Oregon has land use implications. So unless there's a good reason to have a broader boundary, we generally encourage that you do not.
Okay.
So,
Does the boundary at least include where the steps are out into the sidewalk right away? Steps were. Oh, I stumped Tracy on that one.
Tracy started a new job this week, so my brain is not 100. Sorry, Heidi. I believe that it does. If not, I can be sure that that's clarified in the description.
Okay. Which might be hard. I mean, I've worked on historic buildings like that before, where their steps and ramps are in the public right of way. So it's not your property, but it was still, significant. And I can't tell if those are, still the original ones or not.
So I think actually I'm not seeing, and Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm not seeing steps. So when you enter the building, it's flat. And
On
then
the
the steps are on
side.
the interior of the building.
On the
There's-
front, yes, and on the
On the front.
side, the
Oh, on the
stairs are there.
front. Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah, on the side.
And
oh,
actually,
sorry.
the stairs, so I think you can see in one of the pictures that you provided, Tracy, that there was a lawyer's office in the back of the building. And when that was there, there were multiple doors. Those, there's still, you can still kind of see where the doors were, and the steps are still there, like going up to just a solid wall, but the concrete steps going to each of those places where there used to be a door, the steps are still there.
Yeah, so it'd be good to clarify if the steps are, you know, still the original, if you can tell. And then I don't know, you'll have to work with Val, I guess, on or our new staff member on how to make sure we include those, because they are significant, I would think, to the character of the building.
A question, Chair Slaybaugh.
Yes.
I have a question for Tracy. Tracy, the description says that the building is painted smooth concrete block, and then the historic descriptions of it from the newspaper call it out as stone. And of course, we think about cast stone being, concrete. But I think that could use some clarification, because it's really hard to tell in those early pictures. Cast stone usually doesn't have that much variation. But anyway, I was just curious, are we talking about stone or concrete block?
I can definitely clarify that, Chrissy. Let me try to refresh my memory as some other questions maybe come in. Let me check that.
Yes.
It looks like stone to me, considering its location. I lived in Utah for a while, and there were many stone buildings because there weren't many trees. Not that there aren't here, but I have been to that area once, and it's very remote. And so it's too bad there's a photo in here from 1978 that shows it painted gray. So it's been painted for a while, and I don't know what the pink was, but unfortunately it's a maintenance issue. But other than that, at least you can still see the lines of the mortar lines in the drawing and the photographs. So that was my observation.
Thank you.
I don't really know what that means about stone, but I can tell you that when pieces come off on the outside or we drill a hole on the inside, it's concrete block. But I'm not sure what stone means. I don't know if that's a type of concrete block or.
No, it looks like, I'm just looking at this, one of the photos.
Yeah, the first photo.
I guess that's a question of when was concrete blocks used as a building material? And I don't know the answer to that. Does Joy?
I know it was used in Oregon at least in that decade of the early 1900s.
Yeah.
It was built.
Yeah.
So
Early. Okay.
It could technically be concrete block, it just doesn't
right.
look like it. And
Early
why would they have called it stone in these early descriptions of it?
sound fancy.
Yeah. It also, maybe the back addition is concrete block and the original part is stone. I don't know. We need to clarify that.
Having researched a lot of buildings in Central Oregon, their newspaper articles typically call them stone, even if they're lava rock. So that's in my experience. All of our stone buildings are not very rare. Are they actually stone? stone being a natural material.
Is a lava rock natural material?
Right, but it's a rock. It's not a stone. Hasn't been smashed by sedimentary process, metamorphosis.
Are we getting into the weed?
Maybe. I do not remember who our lead reviewer was supposed to be on this one. Jackie's graciously raising her hand. Would you like to lead us in your review and review comments of this?
Yes. And I'll include one other question in there. And one of them is, it seems like on the front facade, there's a missing little urn at the top in the photos. And was that one of the things that got damaged in that earthquake? Because they talk about the balustrade, but not necessarily that particular item.
Okay, sorry. I have been on Zoom before, I promise. That wasn't confirmed, but based on kind of the Doyle photo, or the Dole picture from the 70s, the urn is missing at that time. So I would assume it came down with the earthquake, but unconfirmed for sure.
Okay. I think it wasn't specifically mentioned, so I kind of looked for that, and I didn't know whether it was something that was being restored and was going to be added on later, so just confirming that. And no, I think I think this building really conveys that classical revival style, and it's interesting that it retained that style even after and kind of elevated that style after it got remodeled. So, and it's interesting that it's there in the small town to convey that sense of, importance. And it made me also wonder about how prevalent in maybe even the region that style is, particularly for banks, or whether that's kind of a unique thing as a bank building in Eastern Oregon, or whether that was something that other small towns adopted as well for their banks. And I like the photos and the historic images. And I also felt that the footnote number 4 kind of gives us a really good description of that 1920s, those 1920s upgrades. And I felt like it needed to be kind of in the narrative, in the historic section that explained that upgrade later for the context, because I felt like it was getting lost down there in the footnote.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Julie, we'll go to you. Do you have anything else to add to Jackie's review or comments for the applicant?
No, so it is used as a home. Am I correct? Single family home?
No, it's actually a winery, tasting room, and dinner space.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. So, no, it looks like a great building. So, Milton Freewater does need more listed buildings.
Yes.
Right, commissioners in the room there. How about Steve? Do you have any comments to add?
Well, you asked the question I was going to ask at the beginning about the paint. That was my big question, and the only other thing is pretty minor. It's the regional location map. I think somebody would put it in perspective a little bit I mean, it shouldn't be much. I mean, it'd just be probably a section of the highway map. But just how far it is to Pendleton and where the border with Washington is, that kind of thing. Like I said, that's. But apart from that, all my other comments were pretty complimentary.
On that.
Yeah.
Are you thinking like an additional map would help to sort of zoom it out a little bit further?
Zoom it out a little bit
So
further.
we have like different layers.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe even it could be an inset of what exists already, so.
All right, Gwen?
So this is right on the main road that you go through Milton Free Water, correct? This is where the Highway 11.
Yes.
It's not. I know it's so there are two main streets in Milton Freewater because before the 50s they were two separate towns. So this is the main street in Freewater. And it's not on the highway.
I go through there all the time and they've got some other beautiful buildings in that space. And I just wondered if it was off that main. But
It's a little more hidden.
Yeah, I love the fact there's a couple of changes going on in Milton Free Water. People moving in and doing good work. So I hope that continues. And I felt this was really compelling. And it's so interesting. It's like I want to know like the paper in Spanish, like who was that? Who was doing that at the time? So it makes me curious about others, but I appreciated reading the nomination.
All right, Cassie?
I have nothing to add that hasn't already been stated. Good job on the.
Okay. And Gregory, I think I said Greg earlier, but I think you told me last time you like Gregory.
Greg's fine. I think it's fine. I don't have to add. I would agree with Steve on that map that would show more of the regional context, especially with it being so close to like the state border there, you show Walla Walla context. Identify and connect that just in my way. I think it's well put together, and I look forward to checking it out.
So yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to comment on Jackie's question. She asked about banks and architecture styles. It was actually really common for revival style, especially classical revival style, to be used on banks during this time period. And what's interesting, except for a brief period in the probably late 50s, 60s, and 70s, when more banks went kind of more modern architecture, that was really the predominant style no matter the time period. The purpose was to convey this is a great place to keep your money and we're trustworthy. So the architecture tended to be a little on the stage side. And I think you can even see my regional bank till they got bought up in Washington State. They actually borrowed on that in the buildings they were building in the 80s. So trying to convey this is a great place to put your money. So anyway, you brought that up, so I thought I would comment on it.
Thank you, Ian. I think we actually toured when we were up in Wallowa, a similar, at least the outside, a very similar styled bank building we walked by in one of the towns to Ben Wallowa. So my comments were, I believe it does hold integrity. It has had a lot of loss of architectural little detailing, but I think overall it holds that sense of integrity. I was very concerned about the painting of the block being that dark color in the pictures. It's harder to see the differentiation of all the blocks as opposed to that light gray, but you can probably still make it out when you're there in person. And knowing that it's been painted for, well, at least 50 years, it's probably, I would love to know and have that documented in this nomination of when it was painted, if we could find that out. And then for me, it's having additional information on the comparative analysis, like Jackie was touching on and Ian just mentioned, you know, identifying that this style was pretty typical for small rural towns, but that it is really unique and it's the last remaining or the only one that ever appeared in Milton or Freewater. So kind of touching on that and bringing that to light a little bit clearer would be helpful. And then as far as the supporting materials, I agree about the regional map. We also need a photo map. We typically have a map, a site plan or floor plan that shows the locations where all the photos are taken. And then try to group all the exterior photos and then the interior instead of having a in and out, if possible. But that's it for my comments. Any other questions of the commissioners or that the applicant has of us before we close and make a decision on this nomination? And you guys are patient with me because I jump between running a local Bend Landmarks Commission and this state. So I call you commissioners and I'm going to say I'm closing the hearing, all of that. So thank you, as I say the wrong things often in both meetings. It's awfully quiet. Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. More comments? Would you like to make a motion on this project nomination?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we forward this nomination to the keeper with added amendments and edits that we have talked about in our discussion.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Second from Gwen. And just to clarify, those amendments or revisions are being asked for a regional map, a photo map, and additional comparative analysis, and more information on the style being regional to this location or being super special to just Milton Freewater. That is clear.
Did you also want any further clarification on the material?
Yes, thank you. And documentation of what the actual building material is, we can get that. Yes, Tracy.
Sure. I just have a clarification for Ian and Val regarding the photo map or the photo log. I was under the impression that photo logs were only required for Oregon nominations for complex multi-building properties, and that is why I did not prepare one. Can you, Ian or Val, clarify that? I may have read wrong. I work in a couple different states, but I just that is why there was not one, as I thought I was following the guidance.
They're only required for historic districts, and that's an NPF ask. They can be asked for in situations where it might offer clarification, but we generally don't staff ask for them for individual buildings. So, but if there's a sense that it would create clarity on what's happening. So for instance, if you have like a very large building where you're going to get lost inside the thing, or a good example would be schools where you might have an arrow that says, you know, it's this classroom I took a picture of, when it might have 30. So, but it's up to the committee here to decide what they would like to make a recommendation about it.
I think this project is simple enough that it wouldn't need a photo map, being the one who brought up that it needed a photo map. All right, so we have a motion on the table and a second. We will scratch the photo map out of the additional information needed. Supporting materials. All those in favor of the forwarding this nomination to the keeper, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. thank you.
Thank you.
And yeah, and thank you, Carrie, for just voluntarily wanting to do best by this historic building. We really commend you on that. So thank you for bringing your business to Milton Freewater. It needs it. Okay. We will now move on to our next nomination. Are we
Okay,
ready? Okay. We will turn it over to staff. Thank you.
committee will now consider the multiple property document, Black Historic Resources in Oregon outside of Portland, 1788 to 2002. Before we go too far, I should mention that staff has already been asked by the preparers to add one additional author name to the list of preparers, so that wasn't in there, but we will do that. I've got that name. So we will do that. We'll do that prior to anything else being submitted, so keep that in mind. The geographic MPD encompasses all of the state of Oregon except for the city of Portland's 2019 boundaries. That area, of course, falls under the African American Resources in Portland from 1851 to 1973 MPD, which was approved by the Park Service in 2020. Period of significance for this MPD that we're looking at today is 1788 to 2002. The document identifies these 6 historic contexts within that time period, 6 different eras: exploration, expedition, and pre-territorial government actions, Black pioneers and government measures to exclude Black people, anti-Black state amidst a post-emancipation nation, interwarriors, the Great Depression and the KKK, World War II, the War on Poverty and the Civil Rights Movement, and Era 6, the recent Black past. The intent of the context is to capture and establish the significance of African American resources around the state. A successful Section E should be developed with sufficient depth that it supports the relevance, relationships, and importance of the properties to be considered. There should be a clear and consistent framework explaining the theme, geographical area, and chronological period. The discussion of the historic context should introduce a definition of the property types, its locational patterns, and general characteristics. These should be expanded upon in greater detail in Section F. Section F is the associated property types. The property types are identified to tie the historic context that I just mentioned. In Section E, 2 specific historic properties so that National Register eligibility can be assessed. A property type is a grouping of individual properties characterized by common physical and/or associative attributes. This MPD contains 9 property types. They are properties associated with prominent individuals in Oregon's Black history, properties associated with exploration, expeditions, and fur trade, properties associated with patterns of Black migration in Oregon, properties associated with community formation and upbuilding, economic type properties associated with wage earning, professional careers, business enterprise, commerce, industry, trades, or Black patronage, properties associated with civil rights laws and violations, politics, and activism, publicly owned properties associated with government, public institutions, and the military, properties associated with arts, culture, entertainment, and sports, and historic districts. Section F also features general and property type specific registration requirements, which should be based on the analysis of the data collected on the property and known related properties in relationship to the National Register criteria considerations, and areas of significance. The requirements should provide specific information that can be used for comparing actual historic properties and for making judgments about their relative significance. These requirements should include the physical characteristics, associative qualities, or information potential and specify the aspects of integrity. And so I have on the screen there are the 4 general registration requirements of all property types listed prior. And then each of those has their own specific. Sections H and I, the committee must also consider those 2 sections. Section H is a summary of identification and evaluation methods. This must include an explanation of those methods and used in preparing the NPD, discussing such things as how was the survey and data collected, how are the historic contexts determined, how were the requirements derived for integrity for the listing of member properties. And then section I is the major graphical resources references. This must include the documents in anything used bibliographical material used for this. In summary, the discussion for the committee today is, does this MPD adequately discuss the appropriate historic contexts outlined in section E? Do any require substantial revision? Are there any contexts that are missing or that otherwise would illustrate the significance of any of the defined property types in section F that we mentioned? Are the property types described in section F of the MPD clear and succinct? Are the general and specific registration requirements in section F sufficient? Or are they too broad or too narrow? Does section F appropriately address the integrity of each property type? And is section H sufficient in its documentation of the methods used in preparing this MPD? And is the section I bibliography sufficient as well and thorough? And with that, I can move the next questions or comments. We have a couple of the preparers, I believe, are with us online.
Before we go to the preparers, any question of staff at this point?
I did have a question and now I think it maybe not specifically about this MPD, but I think it would benefit this committee to have a training on MPDs. I know we've got some members who have some experience, and our incoming staff member has quite a bit of experience on MPDs as well. You know, I am really not familiar with you know, how even the process of how to go about finding them for doing kind of applications, kind of research. And so I think just there.
Sure, we'd be happy to we can schedule that in the future.
We could use a refresher.
They're complex.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Theoretically, they're complementary, but sometimes some of them work really well. And I use probably the best example that I've seen from here is the Oregon Trail MPD. And good, solid, and then all you do is write a short nomination. Bingo, it's listed. And that's the way it should be. Other topics are probably much more difficult, and social history. That's why I try to avoid it. It's sources and they become these major tomes and I'll get into that when I.
Generally, the more limited the total population of resources, the easier they are to write.
Yeah. And I look for the beat, meaning, you know, come on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, should we turn it over to the preparers?
Yep.
We have Chris and Eric, I think they can unmute now.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Heard you for a second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric, you just muted yourself. We saw you flash on muted and then you muted. There you are.
Okay, so you can hear me. Yeah, I was just one of the authors. I worked with Jessica Engelman to work on, I particularly work on section E, and I just wanted to be available to answer questions. I really don't have any other comments. Just wanted to be available to the commission.
I worked on an earlier draft of this during this project, and I'll try to answer questions to the best of my ability. And thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Eric. Well, Steve, how about I turn it back over to you as our lead reviewer?
Okay. I had quite a list of things, and it took me a long time, and the reason I sent that excerpt from a workshop that was fairly recent out to everyone was it helped me just to kind of, even if you just go through the bulletin, kind of compresses it, and then finally the big question is, all right, how does this expedite listing of properties? And I wish that sometimes MPDs get off into this, oh, we're into a new world and we're doing this for future generations. But these are cover documents, and too often cover documents, unless they're really good, they wind up in a file someplace. And even on the database, if you know what you're looking for, you might be able to find it, but you aren't going to get it casual. So that's, and I know every topic, especially as you get into social history, it's difficult. Unlike where the resources are right in front of you, like the Oregon Trail, that's easy. You just find some, go to work, find the archival stuff, and then go out on the ground and verify, and voila, we've seen some of those nominations in the 6 years I've been. This one, I certainly want to see listed properties. And obviously and this is a Park Service problem. It has to do with readability. And I took a reading class before I got my master's degree. It was for my teacher qualification. And we found out that if you do 8.5 by 11, about 13 centimeters is as much as people can handle. If you push the limits out to 17 and 18 centimeters, it has this tiring, I couldn't go beyond about 5 pages. I had to set it down and walk away and maybe do a lap or something and then come back to it. And I don't know what to do other than make the document short to get around that problem. So there are some inherent difficulties in it. What else on this? And I certainly sympathize with trying to get information out of a record where those questions weren't asked. But nevertheless, some personalities emerge. There's properties out there, and I think the amendment was a good move for this meeting because you could sort of see how that applies. Like the Gorman House in Corvallis. I read an article in the GT when it was still going about the house and was able to run. My mother lived in Corvallis, so I could just come down and have a look. It's a small place. It's in kind of bad shape. Hopefully, there's enough money to fix anything. So hopefully that will be the answer. I'm not a real fan of periodization. I know sometimes you have to use it. It's kind of an artificial construct, but if you have nothing else, you're forced to use it. Because there's a lot of continuity. We break it up into these little boxes. Occasionally something earth shaking, okay, like World War II, for example. That it had a huge effect on the West Coast. would like to, this was something that happened, just late last week. I was in Klamath Falls, and, I mentioned, because it was mentioned in the NPD about Stella's place in Klamath Falls. Todd Keppel, if he gets interested in something, he goes after it. And we found Stella, who died in 1982. The place was probably leveled sometime in the 60s, sadly, because it would have been cool to have a night as a nomination. And so we were both very disappointed, but the record was just interesting because that whole street's been, there's not much, there's one residential house left. There's an old boarding house which had another career at one time, if you know Klamath Falls. And so I would like to see, and partly because you can compress the demography is kind of overdone, especially when you're talking about very small populations, like hundredths of 1%. In a state with not many people of it in it, compared to California and Washington. Nevertheless, there are some great stories that come out of it, and that's where the MPD should expedite those. I mean, ideally, in theory, those types of nominations that become listings. So that's my comments. Overall, I think places like Tongue Point, I actually visited Tongue Point and was refused admittance, and I thought that was very cool that the Job Corps was still there. And there's a great story there, and within walking distance and anywhere in Astoria. So anyway, I wish the best for this, and I hope it does what it should do, is expedite those nominations. I'm not sure if the amendment would count as part of an NPS.
It does.
It does, okay.
Yeah, we have done that in the past for multiple property documents just to get them active. Park Service will not consider it an NPD without an accompanying property. It either has to be amendment or new.
Okay, because I know that the big asterisk about amendments is there's no clock. I learned that the hard way. So I'll turn it over to others.
Right. Gwen, do you have any comments on this?
I don't. There's a lot there that to just dig into, and for me, I need to just sit with it. This is something that I believe should happen. There's so much of African American history that's been lost in Oregon, and so when I say that, that means that a lot of the laws and stuff works because it's gone now, and there's not a lot we can get back. And so I understand the idea of wanting to more like simplify. However, I understand the criticalness of that cultural history that you can't get back unless you begin to really dig into it, and maybe it is more convoluted, but I would with this committee and with our supporters to help us understand it, I think it has validity here today. I just don't have the expertise that you do.
Well, I still have I struggle with things in my past. For example, when I was about 4 years old, we moved to Corvallis and lived in a duplex, which happened to be next door to the original library. The family next door were Black, and he worked at Camp Adair. That's all I know. I don't know what his name was. So that's typical of something like this. Or my desk mate in Portland in 1968, 69. He was Black. He was bussed into Northeast Portland, and totally different perception of what Vietnam was about. Right. I was kind of clueless. So,
so this, I just think it's important not to lose the perspectives that this document brings. And it's, it's gonna hurt a little bit to get to dig into it and make those markers, but I see the we only have to do it once unless it's amended again.
Yeah.
But it's going to add to. So it's again, not my bailiwick, but I also see just that we have a responsibility to make sure that we acknowledge what's being done. And I don't disagree with it.
Great. Thanks, Gwen. Cassie?
Thank you. I too, it took me several days to work through this. I wanted to make sure that I was giving this document the attention that it deserves. So it did take me several days and some breaks to get through. But overall, I thought it was very well written. I learned quite a bit through this. I don't have a whole lot of comments to provide. This is really the first time I've reviewed an MPD. And so, as I was reading it, I was wondering, might some of this be better in some sort of synthesis report, a different kind of document? One of my initial thoughts was, this is massive. This is supposed to help. This is a massive document, and will people pick this up as heavy as it is? But again, I also see that perspective. It needs to be somewhere and provided available. So I don't have any problem with the length or anything like that. I am also I'll note that I was impressed at there weren't a whole lot of copy edits even that I really needed to do as I was going through. I have a few that I highlighted where a word was duplicated or misspelled or something like that. So I'll share the copy edits recommendations for those kinds of corrections. I do have two specific language recommendations language changes that I want to recommend. On page E37, there's a statement. I'll back up and just preface this with, I think that it is the duty of this committee and of the authors of these nominations and MPDs to make sure that history is accurately reflected in all ways of speaking and thinking in these documents. And so on page E37, there's a statement that says, this is the first true community in the region. Anytime that we're talking about firsts or onlys, I'm going to take a step back and say, what does this mean? What does it mean to be the first true community in this region? And I would recommend an edit that acknowledges that this is the first pioneer community, the first Western community, the first American community, that there have been indigenous peoples living in this region with communities and cultures and practices in their own right, and that are just as valid and true as the Western pioneer American type communities. So I recommend that acknowledgement in that statement right there. And
Uh-oh. Did they freeze?
Yeah, they're frozen.
recommend that this be edited to reference that Tucker was the only documented and confirmed Black lynching victim ever in Oregon. Here, once again, we have
Cassie?
Yes.
You guys glitched out there for a second. Can you back up to that second point?
Yes, so sorry about backing up. So referencing on page E65, there's a statement that says Tucker was the only documented and confirmed lynching victim ever in Oregon. So I respectfully request an edit to that language that says that Tucker was the only documented and confirmed Black lynching victim in Oregon. This is reflective of other references to this horrific incident in other places where it's documented, and it acknowledges the similar events and experiences of lynchings, also referenced as the extrajudicial killings by mob of Native individuals and others in the early founding. So just a quick correction recommended to that statement, and beyond that, I don't have any other edits or changes. I think this is really well done. I'll submit some citations for reference just to help support that information, and I'll be able to help answer questions about some of that piece of history as necessary, but otherwise that's it for me.
Thank you, Cassie. That was great. All right, Greg, any comments?
Yes, like Cassie, this is my first MPD to review as well. So I also acknowledge the need for some training on how we can best review these in the future. That being said, it was an extraordinary read. The scope is immense on this. Very extensive scope. So kudos to the authors to be able to pull this together. A couple of bigger picture thoughts. Again, not being familiar with these, I've wondered if there is value in breaking this up into sections, kind of like we saw the one earlier with the women's history. It started in 1903 and moved forward. So I don't know if there would be value in breaking this into maybe two smaller pieces or not, but it's something to think about. All of the wonderful information that's in here, wondering if it could be made more accessible to reviewers and also people who may use it as a resource in the future for additional investigations or something by expanding the table of contents to include more of the different subcategories and subtitles, especially with the 196-page document. The more that it can help focus our review and future reference, I think would be great. As far as specific edits, just one in particular that I would like to point out, and it's actually the citation is my work, so I want to clarify this. On page E67 to E68, talking about Moses Williams, fascinating character. It's wonderful that he is included in here. I'm going to clarify the last sentence. So it's on page E68, it says he retired in 1898-99 and died in 1899 while at Fort Vancouver National Historic Site, where he was buried. He didn't die at Fort Vancouver National Historic Site, it didn't exist. He died at Vancouver Barracks in Vancouver, Washington, and he's not buried there. So that's part of the reason I bring up something maybe this small is that if someone uses this for a reference and they go to Fort Vancouver, he's not buried there. He's buried in the Vancouver Barracks Post Cemetery, which is about a mile away. So I would just ask that be clarified there in particular. But that's just one part. I don't want that to take away from the scope and breadth of this document. It is extraordinary. I think especially if that table of contents could be expanded a bit to help reviewers and to help people use it as reference. That would be fantastic.
So Gregory, staff taking those. So explicitly, where did he die and where is he buried then?
Yes, he died at Vancouver Barracks. Part of it is within Fort Vancouver National Historic Site, but part of it is not. And he is buried at the Vancouver Barracks Cemetery. And that's about a mile away. I can get you the information about it. It's administered by the Veterans Administration.
Just want to make sure we got that.
Yeah, great. That's all I have. I want to acknowledge the authors work on this for sure.
Great, thank you, Greg. And Jackie, any additional comments?
Yeah, it was an amazingly detailed and well-researched document, and there was just so many interesting stories in there to read about. And sometimes there'd just be a hint of a story, and I'd be like, I want to know more. So that was, I found that very interesting, and particularly some of these smaller towns, like in the Dalles, or where I live in Gillum and Sherman counties. And I was just really interested in learning a little bit, where can I find some of that information that I can possibly use to present to, a local program at my local historical society, because not much is known. So those are one of my thoughts. And also, it was very helpful within the text to have those reminders of starting to talk about something and then just referring back to something that was talked about before, because it is such a big document, and it was very helpful to have those kinds of bridges in the narrative. But as Steve Mark kind of hinted about the demographic information, that was sometimes kind of, it seemed to slow down the discussion, and I wondered if it could be streamlined into just a table without as much reiterating numbers. And maybe that might help the flow a little bit. And also, I thought it might be helpful to have maybe a table of all the legal restrictions and rules and their changes as an appendix, because that might be also helpful for reference. And
those are great ideas.
I felt like the registration requirements and those things were very well laid out and very specific in detail.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Julie.
Hi. Well, this is, I think it was well written. It has a ton of information, and I think it lays the groundwork for any property that you might find. You could use this document to support a resource that falls within these categories. And so I commend the preparers on their details, and I know that the references, it is going to be a little bit tricky to find the information, except if you download it and then Google, or not Google, word search, you might be able to come up with what you need to know for a particular resource. Anyway, I think it's great, and I appreciate the effort that went into it.
Great, thanks, Julie. I just had a couple of things that weren't mentioned by our other members here. On the front page, I was wondering why Robert's email was included as a preparer.
I don't know if that's a typo or not. I do know that staff have been doing quite a bit of prep on this. In fact, staff will be responsible for all the edits on the backside of this document.
Okay. And then this may be my naivety, but black is capitalized as a race, but why isn't white throughout the document?
It is a stylistic choice, and there is incredibly wide debate about how you would do that. We defer to the community that we are working with, capitalization and terms on this. So we worked pretty closely with the Oregon Black Pioneers, and that was their preference, and so that was what we chose to do.
Okay. Yeah, I just found that interesting. And then lastly, it would be helpful to have a map of Oregon and maybe a couple different maps, right? Showing the early period, that's showing all the regions of the Oregon Territory. And then as we get into all the different eras, showing, the end of our period of significance, where the cities are that we're talking about in all these different eras. With that, I'll turn it back over to Steve.
Can I had a few,
yes.
a few things. I wanted to ask Chris and Eric a couple of questions. You guys still on? Looks like you're still on. I wondered if you could tell us if you used a model for the organization of the document, and also could you talk to us a little bit about the actual survey of the properties that plays into the document?
I can probably speak to the survey more than the current organization. It's gone through, as we've discussed, MPDs are very complex, and this one went through a lot of evolution over the course of preparing it. So, but I can talk to the survey. We conducted that kind of in tandem with developing the historic context and tried to identify 50 to 60 properties statewide that would be relevant to this MPD. And then over the course of a year or so, we're able to visit almost all of those, with the exception of archaeological sites which some are on private land, and those weren't necessarily accessible. But but as you know, there's a database of archaeological resources. As an archaeologist, I have access to that. So we did a lot of site research and pulling reports to help flesh out that aspect of the MPD. But we didn't conduct, resurvey areas that had been previously investigated.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I have this like long embedded National Register fear of starting a period of significance so early in Oregon, when I know I'm probably not going to trip over anything that old here. So I think we need to look pretty closely at that. And, I know that we have sites and potential archaeological sites, but this is really about, what we know about our universe of properties. And it kind of goes back to the whole reason behind this, and it is spectacularly documented. The whole reason behind these is so that people can sort of put tangibleness around such a big story, and list a property, and just simply list a property under this MPD. And I think it would be hard to do that a little bit. So just in terms of like, I need to know what, I think the eras, the eras are fine. I feel like I'm not sure there needs to be so many property categories. Typically an MPD will match the known property types under the context, which is each of these eras, and that makes it a little easier to use. And then the registration requirements for that property type, and they're all lined up under each context. And again, there's no right or wrong way to do MPDs. But with such a large scope, I think we need to work a little bit more on making this a little bit more user friendly, I guess. And to be, you have those 70 or 60 or 70 properties, you know, I want to learn more about the properties, and we have some sprinkled in here, but you know, the survey informs the MPD, the cover document, and the cover document informs the survey, and they work iteratively. But my gosh, it's a huge scope, and so I think we'll be having some further discussions about it, about how it's put together. And I don't want to come in at the last minute. I know you've been working with Robert on this, so but I do have some, before I would recommend it to the Park Service, from my perspective, I would want some clarification around some of those issues.
Yeah, I was just thinking about one of the normal unbank, and would I use this NPD to nominate properties that he was associated with? I probably wouldn't. I mean, I just go the usual A and C route, and here they are. Here's his work, and we'll pick one as the most closely associated, and that'll be that. And I think that's where something with such great scope can be a problem.
Christine, I was going to try to answer your first question posed to the preparers, if that's appropriate to do so now.
The first question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Christine asked the first question she asked was, did the preparers use any models for how the document was organized? And I came into this project late, kind of at the tail end, following a lot of research, and the document was originally organized around sort of thematic, it was organized thematically. And when Jessica and I took the project on to sort of bring it to the finish line, we reviewed a number of other MPDs that have since been, or have been approved prior to us reviewing them. And the biggest one that we took inspiration from was Montana, which addressed their African-American history. And they used a more era-based sort of timeline telling of the history. And so that kind of played pretty large in our minds. We also reviewed one from Utah, but that was, I think that might have been more of a Hispanic history. And then we reviewed one from California, which was more about Asian American history. So yeah, we really went how Montana's was and how it presented the history more sequentially. And so that's kind of how we organized this one. If that's what you were getting at, Christine, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, one of my many comments was, it's typical in so many American pieces of work where social class gets that's sort of buried, where you get race, so however defined, and gender a lot, but you don't get class. And class, well, many people will tell you, if you think about it, it defines more than the other two. And yet that's not addressed, but you got a problem with records, and then you have to have interviews, and then it's a scope problem. But stratification it does affect the past. It does affect the present. So.
The good news is, I mean, everything's here. So this is not a fatal flaw by any means. So we've been looking at MPDs for 25 years. So it's nothing that we can't sort, in-house. I just wanted to be clear about that.
I mean, you all have some good suggestions, more detailed table of contents for navigation, perhaps some tables, or other kinds of things to consider, perhaps some headers or other kinds of things to just, but mostly what I heard the committee suggest was navigational aids. If that makes, that's kind of what I was hearing you all talk about. So, and that's not content, that's editing, and tabling and that kind of thing. So that's all certainly things we can consider.
Yeah, well, and the first time around, some of the same, although I think I had less, I didn't know how to express it, because the one for Portland, that came, I don't know, it's before COVID. So,
Yeah.
Did that enough? Well, I read it, but could I make sense of it? This time I had a little more to work with.
Sure.
And Oregon's the same geographic size as Great Britain, by the way. So
Huge.
Some problems, with space and time, especially with not many people around.
I will say, I appreciate the committee's comments about including navigations, because I use these in two different contexts. I've used them to list properties in the National Register as staff member. I also use them from Section 106 compliance, figuring out what is and is not eligible for listing. And I can tell you, I do not read the whole document when I'm using that. I quickly find the section I need, read the section I need, just go to that, and that's it. So I think, as far as, this document being used in the future, it's got good navigation aids. That's functionally how these are used once they're approved.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions to add to our discussion?
I just was, in order, would, considering the amendment next before a vote on, because this is really an MPS.
Mm-hmm.
Should we buy a little time and look at the amendment? Because I think that'll be pretty easy.
Typically what we've done procedurally is we've done one and then the other. So,
Okay.
And then if the MPD is tabled or doesn't pass for a reason, it negates the review of the subsequent document, and the committee might discuss it. That's what we've done. There's nothing in the law, the rule, or procedure that says you have to do it that way. But I'm just telling you, in the past, that's how we've structured the agenda.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess that I asked that just because I didn't know where to go with it. We've got some valid points, and although, the scope is, and the assignment's so huge that I hate to discourage the people who are generating this.
Well, I would throw out there, unless I'm missing something that the committee's saying, because I'll have to direct the edits. I'm not hearing any fundamental questions about content, significance, eligibility. What I'm hearing is, gee, it'd be nice to have better navigation aids within this document, which is more organization. So if it's functionally working, and we're not talking about, we're questioning the basis of the significance, or we think there's context missing, or several of you mentioned specifically you thought the registration criteria worked. It sounds like the mechanics, from what I'm hearing from all of you, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but from what I'm hearing from you, it's like, okay, the document's just difficult to navigate, but the content is there. And if the content's there, then functionally it works. We can clean up the navigation side of it as staff, and get that ready. We're pretty good at that. So we can get that done. And I would say, if you're comfortable, and if I summarized your ideas correctly, ready to take a vote on whether you think it goes or not. And then if that content is there, then you should be able to then do an evaluation of the Gorman House Amendment.
I think that's fine.
Okay. I would agree with that, Ian. That was a good recap. Well, Steve, you feel like making a motion?
Well, of course. I'd like to make a motion that we forward the MPD portion of the MPS to the National Park Service after some, I don't know who put the charge of edits, the staff.
That's us.
And,
you're looking at them.
Yeah, I think I'll just stop there because I got hung up on, well, there's no criteria to to sites. I'll leave it at that.
Might suggest that Steve, we've talked about considering tables, considering headings, and then considering a better table of contents. That's what I heard the group say.
Yeah, some formatting change.
Okay, I see everyone nodding, so yes. And there are a couple edits, and with the edit that were recommended, which we made.
And I've got and this is always for whoever the author or editor is. It's up to you whether you think this is valid or whatever, but I when I mark things up, I ask questions, so.
Okay, so we have a motion to forward the nomination after staff works with the preparer for some organizational revisions and some copy edits. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Julie. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, I'm not seeing any, but I can't see everybody at the same time. Okay.
None opposed.
Thank you. Well, fantastic. Oh, I guess I didn't. Yeah, I did talk. Okay. What an amazing document and resource for every Oregonian and those outside of Oregon moving forward too on the history of our state.
Say, Heidi.
Yes.
Curry asked me to read a few comments from her regarding this project. Do you mind if I do that right now?
Sure.
Okay, this is Curry telling you this. I am disappointed to miss out on this moment in the process of the statewide MPD. This work began with Oregon SHPO's partnership with Oregon Black Pioneers and the primary project contact, Kim Moreland, to document places in Oregon associated with African American history. We all learned so much from the public engagement and data collection project. That work led SHPO to apply to the National Park Service for the Underrepresented Communities Grant. We failed in our first attempt, but then received funding in the second, thanks in large part to Robert O'Gean's input. This, together with funding from the Oregon Cultural Trust, gave us the resources along with our staff time to complete a statewide MPD. And in the meantime, the city of Portland had completed the citywide MPD, which provided some valuable context for the project. We were determined to include Oregon Black Pioneers and other members of Oregon's Black community in the project development in an attempt to learn and incorporate those perspectives deeply into the document. We were also interested in including a variety of property types, including archaeological sites, and it was critical to incorporate public engagement. Our first attempt at hiring a consultant failed and we had to regroup. This is when the University of Oregon Museum of Natural and Cultural History came to mind. They had just completed the Racing to Change, the Eugene Story exhibit with Oregon Black Pioneers and had developed a meaningful relationship. They also had skilled archaeology, historic preservation, and project management staff, and they are masters at public engagement. Despite a short timeline and a small budget, which had to be shared with Oregon Black Pioneers and external consultants, they said yes. They collaborated with Kim Moreland and Oregon Black Pioneers on research, public engagement, and writing. They contributed additional funding, completed a draft document, and nomination. Once the time the U of O had to contribute ended, Jessica Engeman with Continuum Preservation completed final organization and edits of the MPD with final review by U of O, Oregon Black Pioneers, and Kim Moreland. I just want to give, this is Curry again. I want to give some big thanks to a bunch of folks for getting us here. Oregon SHPO, to Chrissy Curran and Ian Johnson for taking on this project and allowing staff to put in major time and love. To Robert O'Gean for his patience, his mind, his time, and his partnership. To Val Bellestrom and Josh Henderson for additional review and editing of the document and nomination. Oregon Black Pioneers, to the organization for the long partnership on this work. To Zachary Stocks for his many reviews and his public outreach. To Gwen Carr for advising and reviewing the research. Kim Moreland, for shepherding this project and for her research, writing, and review of the document. The University of Oregon Museum of Cultural and Natural History to Ann Craig for saying yes, figuring out budgets, agreements, and funding, and for project management and communication. To Chris Ruiz for the care and consideration in coordinating with the whole team and working to fully incorporate and acknowledge their contributions. To Liz Carter, Milo Reed, and others who U of O brought in to work on this project. And Jessica Engemann for working hard to respectfully maintain the voice of the collaborators while organizing and editing the document for submission. Wow, what a team. It was a big project, big scope, lots of players. And the Park Service gave us money to do it. So thanks for passing it.
Well, thank you, Curry, via Chrissy. Okay, are we ready to move on to our final review?
Yeah.
Okay, we now have the review of the Gorman House Amendment, and we'll turn it over to Ian or Val to present this to us.
Yeah, okay. The committee will now consider the amendment to the Gorman House in Benton County. Specific location of the property can be found on a copy of the amendment form in your packets. Because it's an archaeological site, we're not disclosing the actual street address. The Gorman House was initially listed on the National Register in 2015 under the settlement era dwellings, barns, and farm groups of the Willamette Valley, Oregon, 1841 to circa 1865. Multiple property document, with the property identified as of local and state significance under criterion A for its association with exploration, settlement, and ethnic heritage. In the 2015 nomination, the property is identified as, quote, the only identified extant residence in Benton County that was owned and occupied by former African-American slaves who crossed the Oregon Trail during the settlement period. This amendment for the Anna and Eliza Gorman House associates the property with the Black Historic Resources in Oregon outside of Portland, 1788 to 2002 MPD, the one we just discussed, by demonstrating the Gorman House's eligibility under criterion D at the local level in the area of archaeology. The amendment also explains that the property meets the general and property type registration requirements of the Black Historic Resources in Oregon MPD. I'll go through some of the details of that of the amendment. Section 5 of the original nomination is amended to add one contributing site to the number of resources within the property boundaries. The total is now one contributing building, a house, one contributing site, and one non-contributing building, the garage. Section 7 is amended to describe the physical and cultural setting of the site to provide archaeological context and illustrate the integrity of the site. In addition, Section 8 of the current National Register of Historic Places nomination for the Gorman House is amended in the area of significance under criterion D as described here. Can you read it? Okay, Section 8 is amended to add the area of significance archaeology under criterion D. The amendment revises the narrative statement of significance to include that the building meets the general and property type registration requirements for archaeological properties in accordance with multiple property documentation form Black Historic Resources in Oregon outside of Portland, 1788 to 2002. And explains that the property has the potential to yield information about the lives of Oregon's early Black pioneer residents, women in particular, during the settlement period and the era of exclusion laws. No other changes have been made to the previously prepared nominations period of significance, area of significance, criteria, or nominated area of boundary. In summary, discussion today for the committee is under Section 5. Does the amendment adequately describe the number of contributing and non-contributing resources? Under Section 7, does the amendment adequately describe the physical and cultural setting of the site to provide archaeological context and to illustrate the integrity of the site. Does the amendment adequately document and support the section 8 criterion D argument? And does the amendment adequately support the property's inclusion under the Black Historic Resources in Oregon outside of Portland 1788 to 2002 MPD?
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? I did not see any staff memos as a part of like the record for this.
Oh, back to the initial prepared.
Yeah. There was nothing in this document indicating the information on that.
I'm not sure that there were. This amendment goes back a ways. I can certainly look at that and see.
I had a question too. It's an architectural one, but whether, because I think there's reference in here about box construction and Gothic revival. And is that rare in Oregon or not?
Say that again. Gothic revival.
Gothic revival, and box construction is Gothic revival.
Historically, would not have been rare. The issue is those buildings are quite old. They're in wood in Western Washington, or Western Washington and Oregon, sorry. Those buildings, if they're not maintained, they rot away. And so you would have seen more of that during the historic period. Population was, was not real heavy. So what we're seeing is what survived, I guess, is what we're seeing here.
Would they be pattern book products? Because I know
Not that I'm aware of, I'm not an expert in this particular area, but you do find Gothic revival buildings, like true Gothic revival.
Yeah.
It's just, in my experience here, they're just relatively rare.
Yeah.
And again, I've seen actually more in ruin than in good shape. So, or quite heavily modified.
Yeah. Well, there's high style and then there's these kind of faint reflections.
And that's more what we have in Oregon, is kind of the faint reflections of, just given the modest means of folks generally in that time period.
So I can answer Cassie's question. There was a memo from last July that was drafted initially, I think, as I understand it. Ultimately, what was in that memo is what turned around and fell on staff to address. So that's why maybe we didn't include it. That's all I think.
Might have been administrative oversight.
Yeah. So I can certainly send that out. What we asked for back in July of 23. So.
Well, I don't know that I needed it. I'll get into the reasons. It's true when we get into comments.
Well, interesting references in geology too. What seems to be a violation of the law of superposition with the Missoula floods.
Okay, do we still have the preparers online?
I'm here, Chris
Okay.
Ruiz.
Hi, Chris. All right. Would you like to say anything about this amendment to the MPD? Description of the nomination.
Just that, this is, we had long been, when we originally did the original nomination, we thought there was a high likelihood there was going to be some significance to this property under criterion D. And we were given the landowners were very generous and helpful, and the fact that they wanted to do some repairs to a garage on the property and felt very strongly that that there was probably an archaeological investigation. And so they funded this investigation and have been very supportive of our finds and very interested in preserving the site. And making sure that it's acknowledged for this archaeological significance. And that's, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. And is Liz Carter on the line too? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. How about any questions of staff or the preparers?
So I
Otherwise,
do
I'll
have,
do it.
I
Okay.
do have some questions for the preparers.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So the first question, I think, and my primary question here, is the report or the narrative notes that there is the artifacts, the varied assemblage of artifacts is surprising. And later there's a note that the density of artifacts, is a density of artifacts in a relatively small scale study. But what's discussed in this document really only refers to a brick structural feature and quotes some buttons. So what's documented here as the artifact assemblage does not represent a varied assemblage or a density of artifacts. So can you speak to a little bit about what the artifact assemblage is comprised of, and B, why you feel the artifact assemblage is surprising given what we expected to find here?
Yeah, so we probably emphasize the buttons because of the Hannah Eliza were, one was a seamstress and one was a washerwoman, so that kind of directly linked to their economic activities. But in terms of the assemblage as a whole, we had funnel bone from food bone. We had window glass and cut nails, bottle glass, various types of decorated ceramics, mainly like in the transfer print type and molded relief, and various metal items. So given that there was only, a dozen or so 50 by 50 centimeter test units, it seemed like, a pretty dense collection of artifacts in the space we were investigating. We also found an andiron that was propped up against one of the brick piers, and of course the brick pier feature itself.
Thank you for that. Cassie, as our lead reviewer, do you have any additional comments to share with the commission here?
Yeah, so I have quite a few comments on this document. Most of my comments really refer to section 7 about the archaeological context and integrity of the site. My comments really, I think that generally the document does what it needs to do to reflect the requirements of the MPD that we just reviewed. However, I struggled quite a bit with the review of this document. The reason I'd asked about previous staff review and comments on this document, quite frankly, I feel like it was forwarded to this committee a little bit prematurely, given the number of edits that I'm finding in this document that are going to be needed to prepare this document for finalization. I found the document, particularly in section 7, to be very disorganized and fractured. It bounces around a lot, leaving the reader to have to search for information throughout the document back and forth. In one location, it talks in 5 sentences, it bounces between archaeological testing data to GPR, then back to archaeological testing data, then back to GPR results, then back to archaeological testing data, just in 5 sentences. And the readability is, it's very difficult to get through for those kinds of edits. And that's throughout the entire section. The initial summary of section 7, it kind of hedges. I recommend strengthening that section. It just to very clearly state this has the potential to provide evidence or to yield evidence to criterion D, not that it potentially with additional research could provide that evidence. So really being clear and direct. There's a sentence in the last paragraph on page 6 of 22 that would be really great for that sentence, but it's just not provided in the appropriate location. The initial mention of Native presence in the area in the cultural context is noted, and it's a bit perfunctory, a little out of place. I acknowledge that is really the focus of this document. I do think it is always important to acknowledge that presence and existence, but I wonder if left me going back to the artifact assemblage. Was this reflected in the testing that was conducted? Is this just being mentioned to mention it? And I think there could be some strengthening of that context there. I did find myself wanting to know more about Hannah and Eliza. One of the things that I lament about archaeology is we don't often get the personal narratives about people as often as we could. And that's one of the things I really liked about the MPD is I kind of got, I got to learn about individuals in history. And I think that's something that I really enjoyed, and I would have liked to have more about that history. It's not really necessary for the purpose of the document, but I would have liked to know more. In the summary of archaeology, again, there's a need to really clean up the flow of this document. I've got a few notes about just clarifications that I can provide in written comments, but there are some copy edits that can be provided. I really am struggling with the statements about the varied assemblage of artifacts. I think that this really needs to be described and discussed and not, it's almost put in as a throwaway statement is how it felt to read to me. There's from what's reported here, it doesn't seem that varied, and so it just seems to be what would it be, or it doesn't seem to be varied or surprising. It seems like what would be expected from the known historic representation. So if we're going to make that kind of statement, I just ask for some supporting clarification about why. Same as the reference to density of artifacts, with no quantifiable details, very little in the way of qualitative data. It's really vague, and I'm left really not feeling that I have an understanding of the context of the archaeological site here that I can really speak to. I do also recommend referencing figures and photographs in the text, so it's easier to go back and look at. That's just a readability piece. And there was a note for clarification as well about the GPR data and archaeological survey results. There's statements about how they've provided a distinct range for the removal of the north wing, so some clarification there could be supported. But I just feel like specifically the summary of the archaeological data is too vague to support the statements that are being provided. And then in section 8, really, it's just some editorial edits, but that's you know, if this is moved forward, I think there's quite a lot of editing to do here. So that's.
That's good. And I'm hearing a common theme that perhaps when we get amendments to nominations, it would be really helpful if the original nomination was provided to us too. So we have that as reference while we're reviewing this, because that a lot of that information might be in that original one that we're just not seeing here.
Available in
That,
the original.
if I could just add a bit to that, I was just gonna say, remember, keeping in mind, this is a amendment to an existing nomination for a contributing feature of an overall site. So it's not gonna go into necessarily the kind of deep detail you would see if it was just an archaeological nomination. So that's something to keep.
And I also acknowledge that I'm not looking at the technical report. This is supposed to be a summary, but I do feel that the summary needs to provide enough evidence to support. So that I will pass it on to Gregory.
Thanks. I really don't have anything substantive to add. I just did want to acknowledge the effort of introducing an amendment in and of itself. It's the first one that I've seen being new to the committee. My guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it is it's not something that would be necessarily required, but they've taken the initiative to follow up with this, to do an amendment. So I just wanted to acknowledge that the work that was
Great. Julie, it's like you're ready to share.
I guess so. My iPad ran out of, it was plugged in, but it died. So I'm on my iPhone now. I don't have any further comments. It seems like it, it's an amendment. So I don't have the expertise that Cassie has, but anyway. I think it looked acceptable, but then again, I'm not an archaeologist, so that's all I really have to say.
How about we turn it over to our archaeologist or other archaeologist, Jackie? How about you? What do you have to contribute to this review?
I would agree with a lot of what Cassie had discussed, because I had some of those exact same issues or questions regarding the description of the excavations. I think it was just too general, and I think some specific details would really help kind of make the point. There was talk about them being 19th century artifacts, and I want to know what artifacts are telling you it's 19th century. Do we have trademarks? The ceramic style, and then also, a density of artifacts could, to me mean anything from, as I said, food remains to architectural debris like nails and window glass, and just a general idea of like what percentage is what, because like a lot of domestic artifacts could potentially tell us more about the lifestyles of the occupants or what they were eating. And then and also just some additional details about the GPR and whether the excavations were targeting GPR anomalies, because that was hinted at but not stated. And then and just maybe a little more specifics about intact stratigraphy and depth of deposits. Just those little details will just help demonstrate, the archaeological integrity and its potential for answering some of those research questions.
Thanks, Jackie. Steve, do you have anything else to add to that?
I mean, I marked it up like I did, but there weren't as many comments. I had one of them. This had to do with lot sizes. It sort of struck me, why were the lots so small? But I know a little bit about that, I guess. It's just usually just to squeeze as much money out of buyers as possible. So that's the 19th century. But no, I didn't have anything of any substance.
Hey, Gwen?
So I visited this space when they were doing the archaeology work, and everything was laid out, and found out a lot about the women that lived there, and went through the house, and then someone spoke at the space about their process and what they're working on. So my what I already know before sort of colors that, and this feels like, I don't have any more to add to it because I was there. So that's it.
Okay.
Very cool.
Being the visual person that I am, I would love to see some more additional photos of the overall site. I know we have the map and the maps of where the investigations were taken, but I don't know, just thinking for context. And I think everybody else touched on the other things. Ian or Chrissy, you have anything else to add to this discussion?
No.
Okay.
Jackie.
Yeah, I had one other suggestion also, with that it would be good to have a location of the test units superimposed on that Sanborn that showed that extension that's not there anymore, and then we can visually see how those brick piers might have lined up with that structure.
A great idea. Okay, Cassie, I'm going to turn it back over to you for any final comments, or perhaps some motion if you feel like you're ready.
Okay, yeah, I think that it's certainly there's certainly some work to be done, but I don't think it's insurmountable work. So I would go ahead and recommend or make a motion to move this forward to the keeper pending or following edits around technical editing, reorganization and cleanup of the document readability, clarification of details about the artifact record, artifact assemblage, addition of photos of the site and the map.
Great, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, I can see everybody this time. Great, thank you. Woohoo. Okay, that concludes our review of properties for proposed listing in the National Register. And that also is the last item on our agenda, unless staff have anything else to add.
No.
That's it?
Make a motion
That's
to
it.
leave.
You need to move and second to leave.
That's right.
I make a
Okay,
motion that we close the meeting at this point.
Seconded.
Wow, don't everybody jump at the same time there. Okay, you guys gonna arm wrestle over who's the second? All right. We have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Uh-oh. Did you guys freeze again?
No, here.
Up. Shippo admin froze.
Mm.
Oops, they're back. Okay. We didn't get to hear anybody in the room because you guys froze. So are you all in favor of adjourning the meeting?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oh, we got nervous there. Okay. Thank you all. And we look forward to seeing everybody in October.
Bye.
Bye.
Defrozen.
Oh, I do not, I don't have it, but I think they do.